Chapter 2152. Ha, not bad, that makes sense. Elder, you nodded. In-law, you're quite smart. You flatter me. I had no choice but to do so. Elder Zhao laughed. All right, let's eat first. Only after we're full will we have the strength to deal with that Lin Yi. Under Elder Zhao's lead, everyone raised their glasses. It didn't matter if they were involved in dealing with Lin Yi or not, they were the losers of this meeting, so they couldn't oppose Elder Zhao's plan. Of course, the hidden house pie was an exception. Elder Pai was thinking, not only was he not supporting Elder Zhao's plan, but he was also thinking about how to make it fail. Zhihai's hurt, he's still in the room. Go check on him, there's nothing else for you to do here. Elder Pai turned and winked at Zhishan, believing that with Zhishan's intelligence, he should be able to understand what he meant. Yes, Grandpa, I'll go now. Zhishan nodded, pausing when he saw Elder Pai's wink, but thinking about what happened before, he understood what Elder Pai wanted him to do, to send a message to Lin Yi. The hidden house Pai hadn't been able to find a chance to get close to Lin Yi, and this would be the start. Elder Pai and Zhihai understood that this could only improve their relationship with Lin Yi, but if they wanted Lin Yi to save them, it would be a bit low. No one thought there was anything wrong with old Master Pai's decision. After all, Pai Zhihai was injured, and there was nothing wrong with letting Pai Zhishan go back to check on him. Pai Zhishan left, and no one paid attention to him. Zhishan walked out of the restaurant and quickly went to the hidden house Pai's temporary lodgings. Who knew if the hidden house Xiao's disciples had eyes and ears on him? So he couldn't just go to the hidden house Han's place and send a message. That would expose him. Pai Zhishan followed the original plan and returned to his temporary residence to check on Pai Zhihai's condition. Pai Zhihai was still unconscious. It was obvious that the strange true qi in his body had caused him to go berserk. External cultivators did not cultivate true qi in the first place, so their resistance against true qi was naturally very weak. Thus, just a little bit of true qi was enough to make him unconscious. Of course, this was also because of Pai Zhihai's bad luck. This purple electric tempest beast just happened to have such an ability. Otherwise, other cultivators, unless they were heaven rank experts, would be able to use their true qi to materialize. Moreover, not all heaven rank experts could do it. Seeing Pai Zhihai's condition, Pai Zhishan was even more determined to resolve his grudge with Lin Yi. Pai Zhihai was the hope of this generation of House Pai, and he was Pai Zhishan's right-hand man. He hoped that when he became the head of the hidden house Pai, he could work with Pai Zhihai to make the hidden house Pai stronger. After some thought, Pai Zhishan didn't have Lin Yi's contact information, but he did have the contact information of the hidden house Han's elder Han. All the leaders of the hidden houses had their contact information. Pai Zhishan found Han Tianba's number and called without hesitation. Han Tianba's voice came from the other side. Hello, who is this? Elder Han, I'm Pai Zhishan from the hidden house Pai. I have something important to report to Mr. Lin Yi. Pai Zhishan said. In this temporary residence, he wasn't afraid of others eavesdropping. The soundproofing here was top-notch. Even heaven rank experts wouldn't be able to sense it. After all, this was a guest's privacy. House Xiao did a good job in this area, so no one would criticize them. Otherwise, there were many heaven rank elders here. If they all used their senses to sense other houses' activities, then the hidden house summit wouldn't even be held. Pai Zhishan. Han Tianba paused. He didn't know why Pai Zhishan was calling at this time, but since it was for Lin Yi, he couldn't make the decision himself. He turned to Lin Yi and said, Mr. Lin, Pai Zhishan from the hidden house Pai is calling. He said he has something to report to you. For me. Lin Yi hesitated. He had some guesses. Could it be about Pai Zhihai? But how did Pai Zhishan know that he had a way to cure Pai Zhihai? Regardless, Lin Yi took the phone and said, Pai Zhishan. Mr. Lin Yi, it's me. I have something important to tell you. Pai Jishan said quickly. What is it? Lin Yi asked calmly. Mr. Lin, just now in the banquet hall, the hidden house Yu, the hidden house Xiao, the hidden house Yu, the hidden house Tang, the Qianshan sect, and the Golden Clock sect have reached an agreement. They're going to intercept you after you leave. Pai Jishan said. He repeated what Elder Zhao and the others had said in the banquet hall to Lin Yi. As expected. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like Elder Zhao and the others weren't going to let him go. But why was Pai Jishan calling at this time? What was his intention? Was he trying to be friendly? Pai Jishan, I won't beat around the bush. I don't like to beat around the bush. Tell me why you're calling me, Lin Yi said. Mr. Lin, to be honest, my grandpa didn't agree to Elder Zhao's proposal. The hatred between you and the hidden house Pai isn't that deep. Like we said before, it's all because of the common Xiao family. There's actually no deep hatred between us. The people who died were all because of the common Xiao family, and they weren't even direct descendants of the hidden house Pai. So, there's no need for us to go against you, Mr. Lin. Pai Jishan said. That's it. That's all. Lin Yi asked. Yes. There's more. Pai Jishan didn't want to say this time. After all, he had to take steps to build a relationship with Lin Yi, and he couldn't just say it all at once. But since Lin Yi asked, he couldn't hide it. Actually, Zhihai and I saw that Han Xiaopa became your boss, and that the hidden house Han got stronger as well. We were envious, and we wanted you to be our boss as well, so that you could protect our hidden house Pai. Lin Yi found it funny when he heard Pai Jishan's words. This Pai Jishan wasn't an idiot. He wanted Lin Yi to heal Zhihai, but he couldn't just say it out loud. Instead, he came up with an excuse. If Lin Yi agreed, then Zhihai would be his follower. How could he just leave him be? Chapter 2153. This. Pai Jishan was embarrassed, but he was eager to save his brother, so he could only say, if boss can cure him, Zhihai is actually very powerful too. I heard that Wu Qintian from the common house Wu is boss's follower. I can guarantee that Zhihai's godly fist is even more powerful than Wu Qintian's iron fist. Oh, so I still have to cure him. Lin Yi said, amused. Then do you want to save him, or do you want to be boss? Choose one. Pai Jishan's mind raced as he thought about Lin Yi's question, but very quickly, he understood what Lin Yi meant. Lin Yi was testing if he really wanted to be boss, or if he wanted to use this opportunity to cure Zhihai. To be honest, Pai Jishan calling Lin Yi boss was just a spur of the moment, but he suddenly thought about the power of hidden house Han. Han Xiaopa was such a weak person before, but now he suddenly became an Earth-class early-phase master, and was even more powerful than Pai Jishan. He was tempted. Plus, after saying this, Pai Zhihai couldn't stop himself, and couldn't wait to get close to Lin Yi. Who was Lin Yi? He was someone who gave so many elders and sect masters headaches, and if Hidden House Pai could get close to him, they would definitely not be at a disadvantage. Besides, Hidden House Pai was different from Hidden House Han. Hidden House Pai was an old noble house, and according to the rules of the Hidden House Council, they couldn't go against each other openly. That was why these people thought of using the Hidden House Summit to deal with Hidden House Han. It was already so troublesome to deal with Hidden House Han, let alone Hidden House Pai. Most importantly, the Hidden House Pai had a backer in the ancient plane, and this was an advantage they had over the Hidden House Han. Even if the Hidden House Yu and House Yu wanted to destroy the Hidden House Pai, they would have to think about the benefits of the masters behind them. The Holy Fist Palace was not to be trifled with. Of course I'll call him boss. Pai Jishan thought it through. If he called him boss, why would he worry about saving him? Oh, I'll think about it. I'll observe for a while. Lin Yi said. Before knowing the true intentions of House Pai, Lin Yi wouldn't agree so easily. He wouldn't just accept anyone who came to surrender. If they couldn't show their sincerity, what kind of surrender was that? Alright, thank you, Boss Lin Yi. Pai Zhishan took advantage of the situation and called Lin Yi boss. Lin Yi boss, when you and the Hidden House Han leave, our Hidden House Pai will go with you. Lin Yi sighed, no need. If that's the case, don't expose yourselves. I'm confident that I'll be able to leave this time. You can help me get some information from House Pai. Alright, then I'll listen to Boss Lin Yi. Pai Zhishan said, this is my phone number. When Boss Lin Yi leaves the manor, if there's any trouble, call me and we'll go and help. Alright, Lin Yi said lightly. After hanging up, Lin Yi saved Pai Zhishan's number in his phone, then looked at Han Tianba and Han Xiaopa. Pai Zhishan told them that when we leave, the Hidden House Zhao and a few other houses are going to deal with us. Boss, what should we do? Han Xiaopa also heard the phone conversation. Pai Zhishan came to surrender. Is he sincere or not? I'm not sure yet, but it doesn't sound fake. He asked me about Pai Zhihai. The benefits of the other houses are not as important as Pai Zhihai's safety to the Hidden House Pai. Lin Yi said, I'm afraid it's not fake, but it's not a big deal. We'll just leave like normal in a bit. Just follow my orders. Yes, boss. Han Xiaopa trusted Lin Yi blindly. If Lin Yi said there was a way, then there must be a way. After dinner, Lin Yi, Han Tianba, and Han Xiaopa went to the meeting room. Other than Elder Zhao, there were also Elder Yu, Elder Tang, Elder Pai, Gate Master Hua, and Gate Master Jin. Elder Zhuang and Mingyue and the others weren't there. Obviously, they didn't want to get involved. Elder Pai, on the other hand, was here to continue being a spy. Elder Zhao, we're here to do the paperwork. We'll be leaving tonight, Han Tianba said. Elder Han, you don't want to stay for a few more days? Elder Zhao asked politely. No, we're from Donghai City too. We've seen all the sights, so we won't be going. Han Tianba smiled coldly in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. Alright then, I won't keep you here. Elder Zhao quickly handed a pass to Han Tianba and said, there are many family heads and sect leaders here. Forgive me for not sending you off. Elder Han, with this pass, you can go anywhere you like. Elder Zhao said, since there are many family heads and sect leaders here, please forgive me for not sending you off. Thank you very much. Han Tianba didn't say much and took the pass. Right, Elder Yu, there's something I want to remind you about. Lin Yi stopped abruptly and turned to Elder Yu. I'm friends with Yu Bing, I don't want to see you being used by others without realizing it. Oh. What do you mean? Elder Yu frowned and looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, what are you talking about? This is House Zhao's meeting room, don't talk nonsense. Elder Zhao thought that Lin Yi had seen through their alliance, so he was trying to sow discord. Elder Zhao, I haven't even said anything yet, and you're not willing. Are you feeling guilty? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Elder Yu, do you want to know where the Qi gathering pill is? What? Qi gathering pill? Elder Yu's face froze as he asked, Lin Yi, what do you mean by that? Isn't the pill in your hands? I have a Qi gathering pill, not bad, but I've eaten it already. Lin Yi shrugged. It's impossible for you to get my Qi gathering pill, but there were 2 in the tomb, one for me, one for Elder Yu. Do you want to know where Elder Yu's pill is? What? There were 2. Elder Yu's eyes widened. Where? Lin Yi, what are you talking about? The Hidden House Summit is over, and you're done with the paperwork. You're not welcome here anymore. Elder Zhao raged. Chapter 2154. Elder Yu, you're a smart man. Can't you tell whose reaction was the most abnormal when I said all this? Lin Yi said faintly, I heard that Elder Zhao broke through to Sky Class recently, congratulations. But, it seems like your level hasn't stabilized yet. Do you need medicine to stabilize your level? From what I know, only those who forcefully break through to Sky Class with the Qi Gathering Pill need medicine to stabilize their level. Those who break through naturally will stabilize their level after a long time, they don't need medicine. Lin Yi, you're bullsh asterisk ting. Elder Zhao didn't think that Lin Yi would suddenly bring up the matter of him taking House Yu's Qi Gathering Pill. Elder Zhao, no one here is an idiot. Why are you so agitated? I'm just saying a guess. Lin Yi said faintly, alright, Elder Yu, that's enough. You don't need to think about that Qi Gathering Pill of mine anymore. I only ate it to see if I could break through to Sky Class, but even if I didn't, I still have the ability to fight Sky Class. This Qi Gathering Pill is really good stuff. TSK, Elder Zhao, one day, you'll be able to fight someone stronger than you. Lin Yi, don't try to trick me with words. Elder Yu, this is slander, blatant slander. Elder Zhao was starting to panic. Goodbye. Lin Yi didn't say much and just nodded, walking out of the meeting room with Han Tianba and Han Xiaope. Elder Zhao, what's going on? It was impossible for Elder Yu to completely believe in Lin Yi, but Lin Yi's words made him suspicious. Indeed, judging from the time, Elder Zhao was the most suspicious, and it matched the characteristics Lin Yi had mentioned. Elder Yu didn't believe that Lin Yi broke through on his own. Breaking through naturally didn't require spiritual medicine to stabilize the level, it would take a long time to stabilize the level, using spiritual medicine would be a waste of time. However, there was only one situation where one had to use spiritual medicine to stabilize the level, using Qi Gathering Pills to break through to Sky Class. This was because those who used the Qi Amassing Pill to break through to the Heaven stage could no longer absorb the spiritual Qi of Heaven and Earth for self-cultivation. They could only rely on medicinal herbs to stabilize their realm, and they could only rely on the continuous use of natural treasures to continue advancing. This was also one of the disadvantages of the Qi Amassing Pill. But even so, Elder Yu was still furious that Yu Shaoqian had lost his hope of breaking through to Sky Class. He had to demand an explanation. Elder Yu, we're in-laws, how can you trust an outsider? Elder Zhao knew that the matter was exposed, and he could only try his best. He hated this Lin Yi, why didn't he say it earlier or later? Why did he have to say it now? He was just about to bring people to stop Lin Yi, and now this happened. Elder Zhao, let's not beat around the bush. Yes means no, don't play dumb. Elder Yu humphed coldly, do you need me to find Yu Huixing and confront him now? That. Elder Zhao panicked, Elder Yu, our priority right now is to deal with that Lin Yi. Don't forget, we have a huge grudge against Lin Yi, deal with my ass, he didn't take my Qi Gathering Pill, why would I go deal with him? Do I have nothing better to do? Don't change the topic. Elder Yu was really furious, if Elder Zhao really did take the Qi Gathering Pill, then he would have been fooled. Although, because of the common House Yu and Yuning, the hidden House Yu would never be friends with Lin Yi, but they wouldn't be in such a rush to kill Lin Yi. In comparison, the whereabouts of the Qi Gathering Pill was more important. Elder Yu, let's talk about it, we're in-laws after all. Elder Zhao's forehead was sweating, he knew that this matter had been exposed, and as long as Elder Yu went to confront Shu Weixing, they wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. But if he admitted it, wouldn't that mean breaking ties with House Yu? And so, after thinking about it, he changed the topic back to Lin Yi, Elder Yu, we're not going to deal with Lin Yi anymore. Let's get this straight first, Lin Yi's matter isn't urgent. The main reason why Elder Yu wanted to kill Lin Yi was because of the Qi Gathering Pill, and now Yulu was dead. He didn't even know how he died, and he was basically being used by the Zhaos. How could he be happy? Elder Yu, Elder Tang, Lin Yi has left, and I can't leave for a while. Why don't you go first? Elder Zhao didn't have a choice, this opportunity was fleeting, and if he missed it, he'd be letting Lin Yi go. We go first. Elder Tang and Elder Yu frowned. If Elder Yu and Elder Zhao didn't go, they'd be the only two sky classes. Would they still have the confidence to deal with Lin Yi? Lin Yi said that he could instantly kill a heaven-class master. Although it sounded like he was bragging, the things that they thought Lin Yi was bragging had become reality one by one. So, the two of them looked at each other and saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. Elder Tang was a sky class early phase, and his strength wasn't bad, but Elder Yu was much weaker. He practiced the alchemist's mantra, and even if he had the strength of a sky classes, he didn't have the strength and power of a sky classes. In this mission, he would at most be a support, and he could deal with Han Tianba and Han Xiaopa, but to let him face Lin Yi, wasn't that the same as looking for death? Elder Yu wasn't stupid. Without Elder Zhao and Elder Yu, he didn't want to die in vain. Elder Yu, there's something I have to say, and although it's not nice to hear, I still have to say it. Elder Pai said that Lin Yi's strength is extraordinary, and he has the wind thunder purple electric beast by his side. If you go, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. Elder Yu's face changed. Elder Pai's words weren't without reason. If he went, he might really not be able to come back. Seeing Elder Yu's expression, Elder Pai continued, Elder Yu, we, the Hidden House Pai, originally didn't want to participate in this, but I'm saying this because I don't want anything to happen to you, because after the Hidden House Summit, I might need your help to contact the Sky Elixir sect. I'm afraid only the Sky Elixir sect can solve my grandson Pai Zhihai's problem. Chapter 2155. You're right, let's forget about it then. Elder Tang was afraid of death as well. It wouldn't be a problem for him to send people after Lin Yi, but if he did it himself, it would be a little scary. Plus, he was leaning towards the idea that if Tang Yu and Lin Yi had a good relationship, it would be a way to hide House Tang's backup. Since everyone was thinking of retreating, there was no need for him to be the bad guy. This. Elder Tang, Elder Yu, if you guys aren't going, then we. Jean Gang was in a pickle. He hated Lin Yi the most, and if he missed this chance, there wouldn't be another one in the future. Yeah, Elder Yu, Elder Zhao, let's put this matter aside for now, and deal with Lin Yi first, alright? Gate Master Wu of the Qian Mountain Gate was panicking as well. He had the same thought. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I say, Gate Master Jean, Gate Master Wu, if you guys want to go, then go yourself. Elder Yu definitely can't go. Elder Pai purposely didn't mention Elder Yu and Elder Zhao, but changed the topic to Elder Yu so that no one could find any loopholes. They all thought that he really cared about Elder Yu and didn't want anything to happen to him. Put it aside. I can't put it aside today, I have to make it clear. Why don't you guys give me a chi gathering pill? Elder Yu smiled coldly at Gate Master Wu and Gate Master Jean. To be fair, if something like this happened to your families, wouldn't you be worried? Would you still have the time to think about other things? This. Gate Master Jean and Gate Master Wu smiled bitterly at each other. This Lin Yi was really good at finding opportunities. He didn't say it earlier or later, but he just had to say it now. Elder Yu's mind was completely on Elder Zhao, and he didn't even want to think about Lin Yi's matter anymore. This was really putting them in a difficult position. Old Master Zhao, do you admit it or not? Elder Yu connected the dots, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was something wrong with Elder Zhao. He couldn't blame Lin Yi for saying that, because it made sense. Elder Yu, calm down first. This. Elder Zhao really didn't know how to explain this. He knew that Elder Yu wouldn't let this go if he didn't give an explanation. Our priority right now is to take down Lin Yi. We'll talk about the rest later. We'll deal with Lin Yi later. The most important thing right now is the chi gathering pill. Elder Yu waved his hand, frowning. We need to make this clear. Gate Master Wa and Gate Master Jean didn't have any ideas. Originally, they had agreed to work together to deal with Lin Yi. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Hey, sect leader Jean, it seems like no one is going. Are you going to give up too? Sect leader Wall had no choice but to look at Diamond Drill. What can I do if I don't give up? Gate Master Jean shook his head helplessly. I have an idea, we can try. Gate Master was said. But it's a bit risky. I wonder if Gate Master Jean is willing to give it a try. What idea? Let's hear it. Diamond Drill wanted to kill Lin Yi, so naturally, he wouldn't let go of any chance. Now, it's just the two of us left. We can't act rashly, we can only use our wits. Gate Master was said. Later, you and I will leave the manor and stop Lin Yi. I'll pretend that I want to send the beast off, and then I'll use the chance to convince the beast to become our helper. While I'm convincing the beast, you just need to help guard and make sure Lin Yi doesn't attack me. As long as I convince the beast, we don't need to do anything else. We just need to let the beast help us. With it against Lin Yi, we can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of its labor. Well, we can try this method. Diamond listened to his plan and felt that it wasn't dangerous at all. It was worth a try, then let's go now, in case that Lin Yi escapes. Yes. Sect Master Wa also nodded. The two of them quickly walked out of the meeting hall and flew out of the manor together. Old Pi looked at the two of them leaving with a faint sneer. As long as the Heaven Rank Elders didn't make a move, the two of them wouldn't be able to do anything, so Old Pi wasn't worried. Lin Yi, Han Xiaope, and Han Tianba walked out of the meeting hall and returned to their temporary lodgings. They brought the Purple Lightning Beast to the parking lot and got into the Mercedes-Benz S600 that they drove earlier. The Purple Lightning Beast was too big and couldn't get into the car, but the beast's speed was comparable to the speed of the wind. It wouldn't be a problem for it to follow the car. Moreover, it was nighttime now. From the outside, the Purple Electric Tempest Beast looked like a big horse, so it wouldn't attract too much attention. They walked all the way out of the Zhao Manor and came to the private road at the entrance of the Zhao Manor. They hadn't gone far when the road ahead was blocked by a roadblock. Lin Yi frowned. As expected, they still made a move. It was just that his plan to sow discord didn't have the desired effect. Old Zhao and Old Yu didn't fight. However, Lin Yi asked Han Xiaope to stop the car and looked at the two people behind the roadblock. He smiled. The two people who came were actually the least threatening ones. One was Gate Master Wo of the Qian Mountain Gate, and the other was Jean Gang of the Golden Clock Gate. The two headmasters are in a good mood, aren't you? It's already so late at night and you're here to send us off. Lin Yi got off the car and looked at the two people in front of him, asking casually. That's right, we're here to send you off. Gate Master Wa had already found an excuse. This Purple Lightning Beast is our Qian Mountain Gate's guardian beast. Although it's leaving with you now, we still have a deep relationship. Can't I send it off? Send off the Purple Lightning Beast. Lin Yi paused and frowned. He didn't know what Gate Master Wo was thinking. If he said that he wanted to kill him here, Lin Yi would believe him. But to say goodbye to the Purple Lightning Beast, why did it sound so strange? That's right. We've known each other for so many years. However, I've already said that whatever happens to the Purple Lightning Tempest Beast, that's its own business. Since it has chosen you and wants to go back with you, I have to bid farewell to it, right? Sect Master Wall nodded as a matter of course. Chapter 2156. Gate Master Jean hesitated for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Yi to ask him. The dialogue they had planned didn't include him, Diamond Drill. However, Diamond Drill reacted quickly and nodded. I'm here to accompany Gate Master Wa. This Purple Lightning Beast has followed Lin Yi, its new master. If you want to use the purple lightning beast to attack Gate Master Wa, I'll use my golden bell shield to help him. Lin Yi was speechless. You really have a sacrificial spirit. Whatever. You guys go say goodbye. I'm in a hurry. Okay. Gate Master Wa saw that Lin Yi agreed and didn't doubt him. He was overjoyed and quickly walked to the side of the purple lightning beast. He lowered his voice and said in beast language, "Purple lightning beast, why are you leaving with Lin Yi? What benefits did he promise you? How about this, you follow me back. I can give you the elixir of the sect. Think about it, one elixir is equivalent to a year of cultivation. How about it? If you betray Lin Yi now, I'll give it to you." When the purple lightning beast heard Gate Master Wa's words, it raised its head lazily and gave him a contemptuous look. Then, it roared at him, roar. Others couldn't understand, but Gate Master Wa could. The purple lightning beast didn't agree, so he gritted his teeth and increased the bargaining chip. He said, "Two, how about 2 elixirs? Roar, roar, roar." The purple lightning beast was a little impatient. "If you want to say goodbye, then say goodbye. Why are you wasting time?" It also saw that Gate Master Wa was here to say goodbye, but in fact, he was here to instigate it. Originally, the purple lightning beast wanted to give him face and say goodbye because they had known each other for so long. However, it didn't expect this guy to have bad intentions. It didn't even want to pay attention to it. It turned around and directly aimed its butt at Gate Master Wa. With a bang, it let out a loud fart, directly causing Gate Master Wa to tumble and fall 3 meters away. Ha! Han Xiaopa couldn't help but laugh out loud. Boss, this sect Master Wall's way of saying goodbye is really unique. He actually let the purple electric tempest beast fart. Lin Yi also found it a little funny. Looking at Sect Master Wa's sneaky appearance, he could already guess what Sect Master Wa was going to do. He was probably trying to persuade the purple electric storm beast to go back. But now, the purple electric storm beast didn't even care about Sect Master Wa and directly gave him a fart. Sect Leader Wa was shocked by the fart and his face turned red. However, he didn't dare to scold it and could only endure it. However, he also knew that this purple electric tempest beast was determined to leave with Lin Yi. He didn't know what benefits Lin Yi had given it that it didn't even need a spirit pill. Although Sect Master Wa was unwilling, he had no other choice. He knew that the purple electric tempest beast's fart was a warning to him. If he didn't know what was good for him, then what awaited him wouldn't just be a fart, but a claw. Ha, old man, your way of saying goodbye is really interesting. Sect Master Wa could only mediate for himself. He waved his hand at the purple electric tempest beast. Goodbye, live a good life in the future. When he said this, his heart was bleeding, but he couldn't do anything about it. Okay, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, we're leaving. Lin Yi glanced at Sect Master Wa and asked. There's nothing else. Sect Master Wa was helpless. He didn't want Lin Yi to leave, but the purple electric tempest beast and Lin Yi were in cahoots. Not to mention that Lin Yi had the purple electric tempest beast. Even if he didn't, he could still kill him in diamond drill. So, how could Sect Master Wa dare to act rashly? Han Xiaopa opened the barrier and let Lin Yi's car pass. Han Xiaopa stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away. The purple electric tempest beast quickly followed behind. The unlucky Sect Master Wa had just eaten a fart, and now he had a face full of car exhaust. He angrily cursed, "Motherfucker, I don't know what's wrong with this purple electric tempest beast, but it's following Lin Yi. Forget it, where there's life, there's hope." Diamond Drill shook his head, but he wasn't happy or sad. He was very open-minded. He couldn't take revenge, so it was best not to. He didn't want to become the second Jean Woody. The best thing to do now was to go back and train hard, find an opportunity to break through, strive to improve his strength, and then go after Lin Yi. Otherwise, everything before that was just wishful thinking. Sect Master Wei and Diamond Drill returned to the hidden Zhao family's meeting hall. Old Pai looked at them and asked, "How was it? What's the result? Don't mention it. That purple electric tempest beast is determined to follow Lin Yi. I can't do anything about it." Sect Master was said, "It's a good thing you didn't go. Otherwise, if Lin Yi sent the purple electric tempest beast to deal with you, you wouldn't have a good time either." Old Man Yu and Old Man Tang looked at each other and thought that it was a good thing that they didn't go. Gate Master Wu didn't have the confidence to subdue the purple electric wind thunder beast. If they had gone, it would have been 2 against 2 with Lin Yi. Lin Yi could kill a heaven ranker in 1 second, and the purple electric wind thunder beast could deal with a heaven ranker. Right, where are Elder Yu and Elder Zhao? Sect Master was suddenly realized that they weren't in the meeting hall. They went to the secret room to discuss. It's not good for us to comment on their interests. It's better for them to discuss it themselves. Elder Yu said. Yeah, they asked us to be the judge. What can we do? Elder Tang said, let's wait for them to discuss it themselves. Since Sect Master Wei and Sect Master Jean are back, I'll go back first. I'm worried about my grandson. I won't stay for long. Elder Pai stood up and said. Okay, then let's go back. I reckon that Elder Yu and Elder Zhao won't come to a conclusion tonight. It'll be a waste of time for us to wait. Elder Yu nodded. Thus, the people in the meeting hall dispersed and went back to rest. These people all had their own thoughts. Some were glad, some were regretful. At the end of the day, it was because the conflict between Lin Yi and their families was different. They were also afraid of Lin Yi's power and the purple electric tempest beast's reputation. As a result, the matter was left unsettled for the time being, and Lin Yi got a great deal out of it. The car left the private area of the hidden Zhao Manor and turned onto the road. Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that today's matter was over. Chapter 2157. But at that time, it would be more dangerous. What if Elder Yu made a mistake and didn't trust him and attacked him first? That would be more troublesome. Although Lin Yi had a trump card, it would still hurt his life force. Even with the purple lightning beast's help, it wouldn't be smooth sailing. This was because when Lin Yi left the manor, he had already compressed a chi bomb. He had been compressing it since before and hadn't released it yet. This was Lin Yi's other trump card. A chi gathering pill, a chi bomb, and a purple lightning beast. If he still couldn't get out of danger with these 3 things, then it meant that Lin Yi was too unlucky. Chi bombs were best avoided if possible. Using them too much would make them lose their mysteriousness. If he really couldn't do it, then he'd use it to win by surprise. Boss, what were Headmaster Wei and Headmaster Jean trying to do? Han Xiaopa breathed out in relief. He was lucky to be able to get out of danger, but he didn't understand what they were playing at the end. Sending off the spirit beast. Headmaster Wei wanted to make the spirit beast defect, and Diamond Drill was his helper, but it didn't work. It's that simple, Lin Yi explained. I see, I knew they were up to no good. Han Xiaopa said, Right, boss, what about the chi gathering pill you told Elder Yu from the hidden house You took their chi gathering pills? No, it's like this. Lin Yi didn't hide anything, and told Han Xiaopa about the chi gathering pill he got from the tomb. I see. This time, the hidden house You and the hidden house Xiao are fighting, so they don't have time to bother us. Han Xiaopa realized, but why didn't the hidden house Tang and house Yu come? Why did they only send the 2 people who were the least dangerous? I'm not sure about that, perhaps Elder Pai did something. I'll ask him later. Lin Yi was also puzzled why old Tang and old Yu didn't come to kill him. If the 2 of them came, things would be more troublesome. At least, it wouldn't be so smooth. But let's not worry about that. After this, our hidden house Han should be able to rest for a long time. Han Xiaopa said, no matter what, boss, thank you. Ha, no need to thank me, I got quite a lot of treasures this time. These things were much more than when they came. They filled up a small box and were placed in the trunk of the car. They were all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, elixirs, and miraculous medicines. The purple thunderbolt beast was quite smart. Lin Yi looked out of the window and realized that the beast had chosen a place where there were no people around, and it was very fast. No one had noticed it, as expected of an ancient spirit beast with high intelligence. Mr. Lin, should we go back to the hidden Han family first, or do you want to go home directly? Han Xiaopa asked as he drove. Let's go home. We've been away for so long. To be honest, Lin Yi was still worried about his family. Although he kept in touch with Miss via text every day, Lin Yi still wanted to go back as soon as possible. He didn't feel anything living with Miss every day, but he missed her and Shu a lot. As for Wang Xinyan and Han Jingjing, Lin Yi's heart was a little worried. He didn't tell Wang Xinyan that he was going to the Hidden House Summit, so he didn't know if she'd be worried or not. As for Han Jingjing, Lin Yi didn't say anything, but she lived close to Meng Yao. She probably knew about it already. Okay, Mr. Lin, where is your home? Han Xiaopa asked. In the Shuishang district, not far from Donghai Industry University, Lin Yi said. Okay. Han Xiaopa smiled and said, let's go and recognize the door. They returned to the entrance of Lin Yi's villa without any accidents. The purple thunderbolt beast came out of nowhere and ran to Lin Yi's side, crouching beside Lin Yi's feet. Come in and have a seat. Lin Yi invited. It's okay, boss, we won't disturb your rest. We'll go back first. Han Xiaopa looked at Meng Yao and Yushu coming out of the villa and smiled. He didn't want to disturb them, but in his heart, he thought, boss is hiding a mistress in his golden house, and every moment is worth 1,000 gold. Meng Yao and Yushu heard the car and came out to welcome them. They'd received Lin Yi's text saying that he would be back tonight, so they weren't surprised. Han Xiaopa got in the car and left with Han Tianba, leaving only Lin Yi and the purple thunderbolt beast at the entrance. Yao Yao, Shu. He looked at Meng Yao and Yushu standing in front of the villa, a strange feeling welling up in his heart. It was as if he was a wife welcoming her husband back from a long trip, but there were two wives in the mix. Shield bro, you're back. Did you bring anything for Shu? Yushu skipped over and saw the purple thunderbolt beast beside Lin Yi. She was curious. Wow, this big dog looks so weird, it even has a horn on its head. Is it a hybrid? Roar! The purple thunderbolt beast was close to Lin Yi, but that didn't mean it was close to other people. It could tell that this person had a close relationship with Lin Yi, but how could it tolerate someone insulting it like this, calling it a big dog and a hybrid at that? So, the sudden roar wasn't just to express its dissatisfaction, but also to scare Yushu and make her behave. Fuck! You're acting all high and mighty, you stupid dog. Yushu was pissed as well. Shield Bro brought you back, so you must be Shield Bro's follower. How dare you act all cocky in front of your little wife? Yushu yelled. General Weiwu, come out. Shield Bro's little wife is being bullied by a stupid dog. Woof woof. A black shadow jumped out from the back of the villa with a cute little pig beside it. Roar. The purple thunderbolt beast's eyes widened when it saw the two mystic late-phase peak spirit beasts. The two stood on Yushu's left and right as if they were protecting their mistress. The purple thunderbolt beast was dumbfounded. Woof woof. Oink oink. General Weiwu and the pig glared at the purple thunderbolt beast. Were you looking for a beating? You dare bully Yushu? Roar roar. The purple electric tempest beast laughed awkwardly, meaning that it was just joking. This fellow finally understood why this little girl was so awesome. She even dared to call it a broken dog. Compared to these two spirit beasts, it was indeed the most trashy. If it wasn't broken, who would be? Chapter 2158. Even if the purple thunderbolt beast could fight against a sky-class early-phase human practitioner, it didn't dare to show any disrespect to a higher-level spirit beast. This was a law and rule of all things in nature. Lin Yi found it funny as well. This purple thunderbolt beast had been acting like it wasn't happy, but when it was in front of General Wei Wu and Skybolt Pig, it obediently became their lackey. Everything had its vanquisher. Broken dog, you're not going to bark anymore. Yushu put her hands on her waist and looked at the purple thunderbolt beast proudly. Roar roar. The purple thunderbolt beast laughed foolishly, but it was unhappy inward. This broken dog name was too ugly, couldn't they change it to a better name? But it couldn't understand what they were saying, and could only look at Skybolt Pig and General Wei Wu with pleading eyes. Skybolt Pig, on the other hand, could understand the purple thunderbolt beast's words. He waved his paw and wrote a few words on the ground. Ugly name. It doesn't sound good. Yushu found the dog's name a little unpleasant as well. She'd only called it that on purpose because it was trying to show off. Now that the purple thunderbolt beast had admitted defeat, Yushu naturally wouldn't stoop to its level. It's called the purple thunderbolt beast. It's a bit long, maybe we can call it Feng from now on. Lin Yi said. Feng? That's a good name. Yushu nodded and kicked the purple thunderbolt beast. Can I call you Feng? Roar roar. The purple thunderbolt beast nodded. This name was so much better than a broken dog, there was no reason for it not to comply. At this moment, it also understood that it had to be low-key and obedient in the future. In the Qian Mountain Gate, it was the Overlord and the divine beast that was worshipped. But here, any spiritual beast that was randomly called out would be of a higher level than it. It was just a lackey. However, this strengthened the purple thunderbolt beast's confidence in following Lin Yi. With its intelligence and eyesight, how could it not see that General Wei Wu was just a normal dog, without the bloodline of an ancient spirit beast, but it was forcefully turned into a pseudo-ancient spirit beast. If the purple thunderbolt beast still didn't know what Lin Yi was capable of, then it would have wasted its years of life. All these signs pointed to one problem: Lin Yi had the ability to turn a normal dog into an ancient spirit beast. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to help it level up? Furthermore, the purple electric tempest beast had already experienced this when it was trapped in the training field's cage. Shield bro, this phone looks stupid, it's so big, it's not fun at all, it's not as cute as General Wei Wu and Skybolt Pig. Yushu looked at the purple thunderbolt beast, disliking it. Roar roar roar. The purple thunderbolt beast quickly defended itself. Skybolt Pig translated on the ground. It said, when it level up to the early phase of Earth class, it can change its body size at will. Lin Yi looked at the words on the ground, a little shocked. This purple thunderbolt beast had such an ability. However, Lin Yi didn't have the intention to help it level up now. After all, this was a spirit beast that Lin Yi had just tamed. Lin Yi had to observe its character, whether it was sincere or not. Just like the lion, although it was obedient, it always harbored disloyalty. Lin Yi didn't help it level up, and this purple thunderbolt beast, Lin Yi also had to observe it. After all, this guy had betrayed the Qianshan sect once, would it betray him a second time? The purple thunderbolt beast was different from General Wei Wu and Skybolt Pig. General Wei Wu knew Meng Yao very well, and he had risked his life to protect Meng Yao. Skybolt Pig, on the other hand, was Zhang Liju's spirit beast, and now that Liju was dead, Lin Yi had inherited his legacy. Skybolt Pig, on the other hand, wouldn't betray him and go somewhere else. I'll observe you for a period of time, see your character, and see if you're truly loyal to me. Then, I'll consider if I should increase your strength, and by how much. Lin Yi said as he looked at the purple lightning beast. Roar roar. The purple thunderbolt beast quickly nodded. It knew that Lin Yi wouldn't help it level up right now. Everything had a process, and General Weiwu and Skybolt Pig had been with Lin Yi for a long time. It was new here, and if it didn't perform well, how could Lin Yi treat it well? So it wasn't in a hurry. With its intelligence, it knew that Lin Yi definitely didn't trust it yet, and so in order to gain Lin Yi's trust, it had to build a good relationship with General Weiwu and Skybolt Pig. Through them, it could understand Lin Yi's personality, and only then would it be able to get Lin Yi to help it level up. General Weiwu, bring it to your backyard to stay there. Lin Yi ordered General Weiwu. In the backyard of the villa, Lin Yi built a spiritual beast's house. Currently, General Weiwu and Skybolt Pig were living there. Although the purple thunderbolt beast could also live there, it would be a little crowded. Lin Yi planned to expand it when he was free, but for now, it was better to let them live here. Woof woof. General Weiwu barked twice and brought the purple thunderbolt beast and Skybolt Pig back to the backyard. Yao yao, shoo, let's go back too, Lin Yi said. Okay. Meng Yao had a lot of questions to ask Lin Yi about his experience this time, and whether he was in trouble or not, but when the words reached her mouth, she couldn't bring herself to ask. She smiled faintly, turned around, and walked into the villa. Yushu, on the other hand, kept pestering Lin Yi. Shield bro, other than that phone, is there anything else you want to give Shu? Shu, Yao Yao, this time, I did bring back 2 things for you. Lin Yi said as he opened the leather box and took out the poison repellent pearl and antidote pill. He said, this is the poison repellent pearl, it can be used to test for poisons, and it can detect most poisons. As long as you put it in food that is suspected to be poisonous, it will change color, and the more poisonous it is, the darker the color. Ah, this is fun, now we don't have to worry about people poisoning me and Yao Yao's sis anymore. Yushu took the poison repellent pearl and played with it with interest. Chapter 2159. I see, Shield bro, you're so nice to me and Yao Yao. Yushu said happily. Right, where did these things come from? Did that Han Xiaopa give them to you? Nope, I won them in the Hidden House Summit. Lin Yi said. Aw. So you won all these things. Meng Yao was a little surprised. Didn't you say that you'd only help them race? How did you win this much? That's what I said at first, but the plan changed a little. Lin Yi said with a bitter smile. I won pretty much all of them, all of them. Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi, surprised. What happened? Yeah, Shield bro, tell us. Yushu was interested as well. Lin Yi smiled faintly as he explained the situation to Meng Yao and Yushu. He only gave a simple description, leaving out some parts of the process. It wasn't as vivid as Yushu's, but even so, Meng Yao and Yushu were mesmerized by the story. Shield bro, you're so good. How did you do it? Why do I feel like they set this up for you? Yushu said, surprised. Nope, it's just a coincidence. Lin Yi said. Alright, it's getting late, let's get some rest. Okay. Meng Yao looked at the time, it was really late, and they still had school tomorrow. They couldn't talk too late. She pulled Yushu upstairs when she turned around. Right, Wang Xinyan called, asking where you were. I didn't explain in detail, so I didn't know if I could tell her. Oh, and Han Jingjing asked too, I just said you went out. You can explain it to them later. Oh. Alright. Lin Yi nodded, a little surprised. Meng Yao seemed to be talking about it very calmly, without a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. The miss didn't seem to like him messing around all that much, did she? Especially Wang Xinyan, but the miss attitude had changed ever since the trip to the Tiger and Lion Park. Meng Yao went upstairs and didn't say anything else. When they reached the 2nd floor, Yushu whispered, Yao Yao, that Han Jingjing seems to be interested in Shield Bro as well. Who do you think should be Shield Bro's wife? Whoever he chooses, why do you have to worry so much? As long as he has a good character. Meng Yao said faintly. I think that Wang Xinyan is a good person, but she's a little smart. That Han Jingjing, on the other hand, is dumb, but not stupid. These two aren't easy to choose. Yushu said. Do you really have nothing better to do? Why are you worrying so much? Meng Yao slapped Yushu's head. I think you should just go up there. Aren't you the concubine? You can level up and become the first wife. Me. Yushu looked a little tempted, but shook her head. I think I'll pass. Being the main wife is too troublesome, and I don't really like it. The second wife is better. Why don't you take it, Yao Yao? I'm not going to discuss pointless things with you. I'm going to sleep. Meng Yao yawned and walked to the bedroom. Yushu sighed softly, and a trace of bitterness flashed across her face, but it disappeared in a flash. She quickly caught up. Yao Yao, wait for me. Lin Yi looked at the time. It wasn't practical to contact Wang Xinyan and Han Jingjing right now. He'd think about it tomorrow. He went back to his room and took a shower. Lin Yi started sorting the spoils of war before turning on his computer. He started studying the scientific refinement method that Han Jingjing had arranged. Before, Lin Yi had been busy leveling up, and he didn't have time to study these things. Now that he had broken through to Earth class mid-phase, he wouldn't be able to break through again in a short period of time. So, Lin Yi wanted to calm down and study the refinement method. Lin Yi was purely lucky in this competition of the Hidden Noble House Summit. If it wasn't for the Hidden House Yu being suspicious and raising the competition's threshold to level 3 elixirs, they might have already won. However, not knowing how to concoct elixirs was still a weakness. Remembering his promise with crystal candy, Lin Yi calmed down and started to condense the elixir fire according to Han Jingjing's instructions. He had to admit that Han Jingjing was a genius, using modern medicine and some physics formulas on the refinement fire condensing technique, making Zhang Liju's refinement fire condensing technique shorter and more concise. Lin Yi followed Han Jingjing's method and easily condensed a first-level refinement fire. It was even faster than before, but when Lin Yi tried to change the fire's intensity and temperature, something that made Lin Yi want to cry happened. The refinement fire went out again. Lin Yi frowned. He wasn't willing to give up. He started the second condensation, and this time, Lin Yi changed it a little. It was still a first-level refinement fire, but this time, it was a higher intensity and temperature. But this time, what surprised Lin Yi was that it was the same refinement fire. The intensity of the fire was very stable, and the temperature met Lin Yi's requirements. And so, Lin Yi tried to lower the temperature of the refinement fire. But this time, it was the same tragedy. The refinement fire went out when Lin Yi lowered the temperature. The two extinguishing of the refinement fire came without any warning. It was as if Lin Yi was using this method to condense the refinement fire, and he was running out of energy. If he kept circulating it slowly, there wouldn't be a problem, but once he changed the method and speed, the refinement fire would go out. It didn't matter if it was faster or slower, stronger or weaker, it wouldn't work. In other words, if he kept the same speed, temperature, and intensity of the refinement fire, it wouldn't be a problem, but once he changed it, it wouldn't work. This strange situation made Lin Yi feel very strange, but he couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't a problem for him to condense the refinement fire, but he couldn't maintain it. And it was impossible to not change the intensity and temperature of the refinement fire. Even if he was making a first-level elixir, he would need to change the intensity and temperature of the refinement fire a few times. Similarly, Lin Yi tried to condense second and third-level refinement fires, and the results were the same. He could condense it steadily. As long as he didn't change the intensity and temperature, the refinement fire would be very uniform, but if he changed it, it would go out without a doubt. Chapter 2160. This bracelet was a great support treasure for the alchemist. It had the effect of calming one's heart, preventing the alchemist's fire from being affected by the alchemist's emotions, allowing the fire to burn purer. After putting on the bracelet, Lin Yi tried again, but every time he tried, his hope was met with disappointment. The fire he'd condensed before was already very stable and pure, and this bracelet wasn't very useful. When changing fire to water, wood, metal, earth, and other elements, as long as he didn't change the temperature or the intensity of the fire, the transformation would be smooth and steady. Once the temperature and intensity were changed, the fire would extinguish. In other words, Lin Yi didn't have much of a difference wearing it. Lin Yi shook his head. He had planned to give this to Han Jingjing, but it seemed like he wasn't good at everything. With the art of dragon mastery, Lin Yi had an advantage over others in many areas, and if he wanted to learn alchemy as well, it would be too greedy. Just when he was about to continue training, his phone rang. Lin Yi picked it up and saw that it was Pai Zhishan calling. It seemed like he had saved his phone number when she sent him a text message earlier. "Boss Lin Yi, you've arrived safely, right?" Pai Zhishan's voice sounded. "I'm here, but their plans seem to have changed." Lin Yi asked. Boss, I didn't think that you would come up with such a killer move, causing the Hidden House Yu and House Xiao to fight. Naturally, they wouldn't have the time to stop you, boss. Pai Zhishan said. Then, the Hidden House Tang and House Yu were tempted, my grandpa said this. Pai Zhishan told Lin Yi about what happened after Lin Yi left. He was actually asking for credit, since the Hidden House Tang and House Yu retreated was largely due to Elder Pai. Thank you, I was wondering why those two didn't come, it was all thanks to Elder Pai. Lin Yi said. Hee, now that you are my and Pai Zhihai's boss, you are too polite. Pai Zhishan smiled, alright, boss, I won't disturb your rest anymore. I'll hang up first. I'll contact you if there's any news. Okay, Lin Yi said calmly. He knew what Pai Zhishan was thinking, but he wasn't in a rush to agree. After all, the Hidden House Pai was different from the Hidden House Han. Lin Yi had some history with them, so even if Lin Yi wanted to heal Pai Zhihai, he had to be careful and not agree to it directly. Pai Zhishan was disappointed, but it was within his expectations, so he wasn't discouraged. He decided to keep in touch with Lin Yi. As long as Lin Yi accepted him, he wouldn't be far from curing Pai Zhihai. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi started practicing. The next morning, Lin Yi walked out of his bedroom feeling refreshed. He was about to go to the kitchen to make breakfast, but when he saw Grandma Sun's figure, he remembered that he didn't need to make breakfast anymore. He came back too late last night and Grandma Sun was probably already asleep, so Lin Yi forgot about her existence. Grandma Sun, do you need help? Lin Yi asked. No need, it's almost done. Grandma Sun smiled, Mr. Lin, you're back. I'm back. You can cook first, I'll go next door and ask Han Jingjing and the others to come over and eat together. Lin Yi remembered that Han Jingjing and her brother ate instant noodles every day. Since he was back today, it wouldn't be a problem to ask them to eat together. No need, Han Jingjing has come to eat breakfast every day for the past 2 days. As soon as Grandma Sun's voice fell, the doorbell rang. Lin Yi wanted to ask why Han Jingjing came to eat breakfast, but he still went to open the door first. Sure enough, he saw Han Jingjing yawning as she walked. She was in a daze, and with a dong sound, she bumped into Lin Yi's body. She bumped into Lin Yi, and her towering chest pressed against Lin Yi's body. Ah. Brother Lin Yi. Han Jingjing suddenly woke up from her sleep. She widened her eyes and looked at Lin Yi. She said in surprise, You're back. Yes. I'm back. Lin Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Han Jingjing was only wearing pajamas. She didn't wear a bra inside. Originally, when she bumped into Lin Yi's body, it was enough to make Lin Yi feel comfortable. However, from Lin Yi's angle, he could still see Han Jingjing's chest that was squeezed out of shape. Lin Yi quickly took 2 steps back in embarrassment, but after taking a step back, he regretted it. Han Jingjing was in a daze as if she didn't realize that she had been taken advantage of and exposed. She still looked at Lin Yi happily and said, "Brother Lin Yi, I can refine the spirit gathering pill now. I have refined a few. Take a look." "Oh, I forgot to bring them. I'll go back to get them." Han Jingjing touched her clothes and realized that she was still wearing pajamas. She was about to go home to get them. "It's okay. Let's eat first. We'll talk later." Lin Yi was also very happy when he heard that Han Jingjing had successfully refined the first-level spirit gathering pill. Although the pill wasn't very useful to Lin Yi, it could be used as a gift. If Lin Yi didn't want to personally help them increase their strength, he could give the pill to them. He could also use it to exchange for treasures. "Oh. Okay." Han Jingjing nodded. "Right, Jingjing, why are you having breakfast here?" Lin Yi suddenly remembered to ask. "I didn't see you at school this morning, so I came to find you the next day. Yao Yao sis asked me to have breakfast with them." Han Jingjing nodded. "Meng Yao." Lin Yi was surprised. He was about to say something when Meng Yao and Yushu came downstairs. They saw Han Jingjing at the door. "Jingjing, you're here." Yao Yao sis, Shu." Han Jingjing greeted them politely. Han Xiaoqiao, who was following behind Han Jingjing, put down the textbook in his hand and greeted Meng Yao, Yushu, and Lin Yi. "Yao Yao sis, Shu sis, Lin Yi bro." At this time, Grandma's son also served the food, and everyone sat down to eat breakfast. "Lin Yi bro, why did you leave for so many days? You didn't tell Jingjing." "Luckily, Yao Yao sis told me that you went far away. Otherwise, Jingjing would be so worried." Han Jingjing said. "I went out to help someone." Lin Yi said. "But I also got some good stuff." "Just nice, this is for you." Lin Yi said as he took out the jade bracelet and gave it to Han Jingjing. Chapter 2161. "I've already given it to them, this is for you, they don't need it." Lin Yi paused. He didn't think that a girl as insensitive as Han Jingjing would be able to consider other people's feelings. "Oh, I'll accept it then." Han Jingjing took the jade bracelet and put it on her hand. Suddenly, she felt a very comfortable and warm feeling. Was this a warm jade? Han Jingjing's eyes flashed with surprise. This was indeed a good treasure. This jade bracelet is called the Spirit Concentration Jade Bracelet. It's a great support for a refiner, perfect for you. Lin Yi explained. Lin Yi had given Meng Yao and Yushu a poison repellent pearl and an antidote pill, but they were all life-saving treasures. There wasn't a single jewelry. Meng Yao didn't feel too comfortable seeing Lin Yi give Han Jingjing jewelry, but after hearing that it was used for concocting pills, she felt much better. "Really? It looks pretty good," Han Jingjing said. "Lin Yi bro, I'll definitely study pill making well, you're so nice to me, this bracelet looks like a good thing." "Okay, keep working hard." Lin Yi still had a small chi gathering pill for Han Jingjing, and now that Han Jingjing's strength had increased, it meant that her pill making skills had increased as well. Once Han Jingjing could make third-level pills, he could trade with Bing Tang and get Xiao Xiao back. The group finished breakfast and drove to school. Meng Yao had been driving before, but now it was Lin Yi's turn. They parted at the parking lot, and Lin Yi and Han Jingjing walked to the biology building together. Han Jingjing didn't ask much about Lin Yi being gone for a few days, but started talking about her pill making for the past few days. "Lin Yi bro, this is the soul gathering pill Jingjing made, take a look." Han Jingjing said as she took out a small box from her bag and gave it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the box, surprised. The ingredients for this pill are quite common, but they're very expensive, and normal pharmacies don't sell them. How did you get them? Yeah, Jing Jing's family has some business related to medicine, and they can buy some rare ingredients. Han Jingjing said. Jing Jing asked for these from her family. 10. Lin Yi was a little surprised as he looked at the pills in the box. Each pill was full and round, and each of them had a purity of over 90%. According to Zhang Liju's notes, this was considered a high-level first-level elixir. The same pill, but the refiner's skill and strength differed, and the quality of the pills were different as well. The higher the quality, the greater the effect. If one were to eat one of these high-level pills, it would be equivalent to eating 2 middle-level pills, and 4 low-level pills. However, even a yellow-level third-level alchemist might not be able to refine a high-grade spirit-gathering pill. Previously in the Hidden Han family, the spirit-gathering pill that they had obtained from the ancient ruins was only a mid-grade spirit-gathering pill. The pill that Yu Coiling Tiger was refining was basically a low-grade spirit-gathering pill. And so, Han Jingjing making high-level pills surprised Lin Yi. Jing Jing, how many ingredients did you waste to make these 10 pills? Waste ingredients? Han Jingjing paused, her big watery eyes looking at Lin Yi embarrassedly. These ingredients are so expensive, and Jing Jing's family is rich, but they can't afford to waste them. But Jing Jing was very careful, and still wasted 2 sets of ingredients. You're saying that you only used 12 sets of ingredients to make 10 pills. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. This news hit Lin Yi's confidence once again. No, I only used a little more than 8 sets of ingredients. Han Jingjing said. A little more than 8 sets. Lin Yi stumbled. This was the first time he'd heard of something like this, using 8 portions of ingredients to make 10 elixirs. Even Zhang Liju's notes didn't mention this possibility, and Han Jingjing had actually done it. How did she do it? Yeah. Han Jingjing nodded. Jing Jing is stupid, right? Is it possible to refine even more? How did you do it? Lin Yi was already used to Han Jingjing's genius, but the shock she brought to Lin Yi today was still huge. Jing Jing studied the formula for the spirit-gathering pill. Then, she made a function curve for the time, temperature, and intensity of the fire in the formula. Then, Jing Jing marked the speed and method of chanting the mantra for each temperature and intensity of the fire. Han Jingjing explained. After that, Jing Jing followed the instructions on the function, starting to condense the fire according to the time. You know, big bro Lin Yi, Jing Jing's pretty dumb. My 6th sense is pretty bad, and I can't tell what's happening in the cauldron, so I had to follow the recipe strictly like this. Fortunately, Jing Jing's formula was very useful, and I successfully made a soul-gathering pill that works. Lin Yi took a deep breath. Han Jingjing's method was probably unique in the entire world of elixir refinement. There wasn't a single elixir refiner who would use this kind of curve function to make elixirs. Only a freak like Han Jingjing would use this method. No wonder the quality of the pill she refined was so good. She was operating strictly according to the pill recipe. A normal alchemist's pill refinement had more human factors, but Han Jingjing's was simply an assembly line production, just like those fast food chains. She controlled the heat and time of cooking, and the quality of things produced in batches would always be the same. Yes, I think this pill is only 90% pure. It should be because Jing Jing's formula is not too strict. If Jing Jing has enough time, she can continue to perfect it. Han Jingjing said with some regret, if brother Lin Yi were to make it, it would definitely be 100% pure. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Then how did you refine 9 soul-gathering pills with the rest of the materials? Jing Jing followed the gourd and refined 1. But after Jing Jing finished refining, she felt that it consumed too much physical strength and true qi. It was not worth it to only refine 1 at a time. Han Jingjing said, the cauldron is so big, and can refine many pills at once. Jing Jing thought that if she could refine many pills at once, wouldn't she save a lot of energy? So Jing Jing began to study. Chapter 2162. Lin Yi had never heard of anyone making multiple elixirs in one cauldron, be it Zhang Liju's notes or Lin Yi's knowledge, there was no such thing. Yet, Han Jingjing came up with a method like this, and from the looks of it, it seemed to have succeeded. And you used the leftover ingredients to make 8 elixirs? Lin Yi asked, holding back his shock. No, Jing Jing first simulated the process of making elixirs and measured the pressure and temperature in the cauldron, and according to how each elixir was heated, Jing Jing calculated a new temperature, fire, and time curve based on the size of the cauldron. Han Jingjing said, but the first time, Jing Jing neglected a parameter and used 2 sets of ingredients for the experiment, and it went to waste right away. Jing Jing's heart ached, but at the same time, she found the flaw and perfected the formula. And so, in order to experiment, she put the leftover 4 sets of ingredients into the cauldron and used the new curve to make elixirs, and when it was done, Jing Jing realized that there were actually 8 elixirs in the cauldron. 4 sets of ingredients, and you made 8 elixirs? Lin Yi was shocked once more. Jing Jing, you really are a little genius. Lin Yi bro, don't praise Jing Jing, you make me feel like I'm floating in the air. Han Jingjing said shyly. Lin Yi looked at Han Jingjing's expression and listened to her words, sweating in his heart once more. Was it because his thoughts were too complicated, always thinking too much, or was this Han Jingjing trying to seduce him on purpose? But it didn't seem like it. Han Jingjing was always serious, and the thing they talked about the most was elixir making, but she never talked about anything else. It seemed like he was thinking too much. How much energy and time does it take to make these 8 elixirs? Lin Yi asked. Probably more or less 2 or 3 times. The specifics are different. Han Jingjing said, I have a formula here. Big brother Lin Yi, can you take a look? I won't look. Although Han Jingjing's formula was exquisite, it was useless for Lin Yi to look at it. He didn't know how to refine pills. Sighing, Lin Yi said, 4 sets of ingredients to refine 8 qi gathering pills, what kind of principle is this? I'm not too sure, but when refining a qi amassing pill, there will be some waste materials left under the medicine cauldron. I'm guessing that if 4 portions were refined at the same time, some of the waste materials might have been used. Jingjing can't figure it out either. Han Jingjing said. Alright, just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. Lin Yi knew what would happen if Han Jingjing's method of alchemy spread out. Lin Yi couldn't let others find out before he had the absolute strength to protect Han Jingjing, this mobile medicine cauldron. Otherwise, it was likely that she would be captured for research. Jing Jing told big brother Lin Yi. Han Jingjing said, big sister Yao Yao, little Shu, and my brother, Jing Jing didn't say anything. That's good. You can't let go of your guard. Lin Yi said. The 2 of them said this and walked into the classroom. What surprised Lin Yi was that Coiling Tiger Right actually came earlier than him. He was talking to his 2 subordinates. Seeing Lin Yi walk into the classroom, Coiling Tiger Right's eyes flashed with hatred, but he didn't dare to openly find trouble with Lin Yi. Since he didn't find trouble, Lin Yi didn't bother with him and walked to his seat. Young Master Yu, that Lin Yi is here. Do you think Boss Bai will be angry later? The yellow hair laughed and said gloatingly. It's hard to say. Boss Bai hates skipping classes for no reason. I have a legitimate reason to attend the Hidden House Summit. As for Lin Yi, he's helping the Hidden Han family. I'm afraid he'll be scolded this time. Coiling Tiger Right said. It's good to let him be unlucky. It's best if he loses Boss Bai's trust. When that happens, I won't teach him alchemy anymore. I'll teach young Master Yu alchemy instead. The yellow hair said. That's great. Coiling Tiger Right nodded. Wang Xinyan also came. She came to the classroom early almost every day. She quietly sat in her seat and read. When Lin Yi walked to her side, Wang Xinyan only noticed that there was someone beside her. She raised her head and saw Lin Yi. She was slightly startled. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes, but she hid it well. Lin Yi, you're back. Jing Jing said you went on a long trip. Xinyan's tone was calm, but her heart was pounding like a little deer. Yeah, I helped a friend out. Lin Yi said, I didn't think about it for this long, so I didn't tell you. I'm sorry for making you worry. It's nothing. Wang Xinyan blushed. I'm just a normal friend's concern, haha. Lin Yi smiled and didn't reply. He didn't know what to say. His relationship with Wang Xinyan was very strange. They might have a good impression of each other, but it was also very distant. It was just that after Lin Yi found out that Wang Xinyan sent help with his training, he wanted to take her for himself. But that thought was a little too selfish and impure, so Lin Yi would try to suppress it sometimes. These are the notes from the past few days. You didn't come to class. Wang Xinyan pushed her notes to Lin Yi and said faintly. Oh. Thanks. Lin Yi was a little surprised as he took the notes from Wang Xinyan and flipped through them. Boss Bai's medical knowledge was very refreshing to Lin Yi, and so Lin Yi paid extra attention to Boss Bai's lessons. Since Wang Xinyan had taken notes, Lin Yi started reading them carefully, but Lin Yi noticed that Wang Xinyan's notes were a lot more detailed than usual when he wasn't here. Perhaps it was for him, and that touched Lin Yi a little. It wasn't long before class started, and Boss Bai walked into the classroom. He looked at Lin Yi, but didn't say anything before turning his eyes to Coiling Tiger Right. Coiling Tiger Right, you've been absent for so many days. Don't you have anything to say? Chapter 2163. Do you think that the rules I set before have no effect on you? Or can you pass my special test? Elder Bai asked coldly. This. Mr. Bai, I'm going to participate in that, you know. Right, Coiling Tiger couldn't say the Hidden House Summit publicly, so he could only hint, and Lin Yi is going too. It doesn't matter if he goes, he's already passed my special test and can ask for leave anytime, and he got full marks in the final exam too. Elder Bai waved his hand and said, but you can't. After school today, come to my office and take the special test. If you can't pass, then just wait to fail. Yes. Right, Coiling Tiger nodded helplessly with a bitter face, but in his heart, he was a bit angry. Why was Lin Yi fine? Lin Yi passed the test. If Lin Yi could pass the test, then he, right, Coiling Tiger, could definitely pass it too. Thinking of this, right, Coiling Tiger regained his confidence. Okay, let's start class. Elder Bai didn't care about right, Coiling Tiger's matter anymore. He opened the textbook and started talking about the course. Right, Coiling Tiger sat down gloomily, and the way he looked at Lin Yi became more and more unhappy. Originally, during this Hidden House Summit, they agreed to kill Lin Yi, but in the end, they didn't kill Lin Yi, and instead, Lin Yi got a lot of great benefits for no reason. Right, young master, Elder Bai seems to be a bit interested in Lin Yi. Yellow Hair said. I can tell, no, I have to work harder. I heard that Elder Bai already took in a closed-door disciple. In this school, if he wants to take in a disciple, then that Lin Yi has some connections, I have to fight for it too. Right, Coiling Tiger said. How about, we give Elder Bai some gifts? Purple Hair hesitated and said. Gifts? What gifts? What do you have that can make Elder Bai take a fancy to? It wasn't that you, Coiling Tiger, hadn't thought of this possibility, but after thinking about it, Boss Bai's meridians were all destroyed, so it was useless to give him anything related to alchemy. Even if he gave him money, he probably wouldn't accept it, so you, Coiling Tiger, was really in a difficult position. Lin Yi, on the other hand, pushed the notebook back to Xinyan since Boss Bai had started the lecture. Xinyan took the notebook and didn't say anything. She took off her coat and put it on the seat beside her, moving closer to Lin Yi to listen attentively. Lin Yi smiled. The two of them had a tacit understanding now, and Xinyan knew that Lin Yi was back. She wanted to continue her training, so she didn't wait for Lin Yi to say anything. "Thank you," Lin Yi said. "What?" Xinyan looked at Lin Yi strangely, but didn't confirm or deny it. She only replied casually before turning her attention back to the class. Lin Yi knew that Xinyan was embarrassed, so he didn't find it too strange. He went into the jade space and started training quickly, but his consciousness was still listening to Boss Bai's lecture. The morning class passed, and what Lin Yi didn't expect was that Xinyan's aura was really miraculous. Lin Yi hadn't been able to stabilize his earth class for the whole night, but after a short while, Lin Yi realized that he had already done so. This miraculous situation made Lin Yi want Xinyan more and more. Of course, Lin Yi was just thinking about it. Xiao Xiao allowed him to find a big wife, and it wasn't like he didn't like Xinyan at all, but this wasn't something that Lin Yi could do alone. It was better to let nature take its course, and it would be too selfish of him to take Xinyan for himself just because of his training. "Lin Yi, come with me, to my office." Lin Yi was about to say something to Xinyan when Boss Bai stopped him. "Okay." Lin Yi nodded and stood up, walking out of the classroom with Boss Bai. Right Coiling Tiger, on the other hand, followed after some hesitation. He wanted to go find Boss Bai as well. It was Boss Bai who told him to do the test, so it was perfectly justifiable. He was also curious as to why Boss Bai was looking for Lin Yi, so he wanted to eavesdrop. Lin Yi noticed that Right Coiling Tiger was following him as soon as he walked out, but he didn't bother with him and went to the biology faculty's office with Boss Bai. I heard that you went to the Hidden Noble House Summit as well." Boss Bai asked. "Yes, Boss Bai, sorry for missing so many days of classes." Lin Yi had the right to skip classes, but he couldn't be too arrogant in front of Boss Bai, so he apologized respectfully. "It's fine. You passed the test, so you can skip classes whenever you want. This is the rule of Boss Bai's class." Boss Bai waved his hand. "Right, I heard that there's a pill refining competition every year in the Hidden Noble House Summit. Did you participate?" "Man, don't mention this pill refining competition." Lin Yi smiled. The rule this time was to make a level 3 pill, and whoever succeeded would be the winner. But everyone gave up, and no one won. "Oh. Level 3 pill." Boss Bai paused after hearing Lin Yi's words. "Why is it a level 3 pill? Weren't the previous competitions all level 1 pills? Whoever could concoct a first-grade pill would be the winner. If both of them managed to concoct the pill, then the grade of the pill would be compared. If the grade was the same, then the time spent would be compared. I've never heard of concocting a third-grade pill. Back then, even I, Boss Bai, couldn't guarantee that I would succeed with every single one of them. Who came up with this rule to compete with third-grade pills? Oh. It can't be." Lin Yi paused. Back in the alchemy competition, Lin Yi already had doubts. Who could make a level 3 pill? But Lin Yi wasn't the one who made the rules, so he didn't look into it. Now that Boss Bai said this, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Could it be that idiot Coiling Tiger thought that I was a great alchemist, so he purposely raised the rules like this, afraid that I would win? Oh. There's such a thing. Boss Bai was also dazed for a moment. He asked, "So to speak, your alchemy skills have been greatly improved." "What improvement?" "With your method, I can't even condense alchemy fire." Lin Yi smiled bitterly. He took out the mantra for alchemists and the mantra for condensing alchemy fire that Boss Bai gave him before and returned it to Boss Bai. "I'll return this mantra to you." Chapter 2164. But I can use other mantras to condense alchemic fire. This was the second time that Lin Yi had talked to Boss Bai privately. It was obvious that Boss Bai thought very highly of him, so Lin Yi didn't hide anything, and told him about the other mantras he knew. Moreover, although Lin Yi knew that Right Coiling Tiger was eavesdropping outside the door, he didn't care. Right now, he had basically fallen out with many hidden families, and the fact that Lin Yi was an alchemist wasn't a protective talisman for Lin Yi himself. Moreover, he had already tricked Right Coiling Tiger. Whether it was the competition or the medicine cauldron from before, Lin Yi had already broken through enough. Even if Right Coiling Tiger knew that Lin Yi wasn't an alchemist, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Lin Yi other than regret. Oh. Using other mantras to condense alchemic fire. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Boss Bai suddenly had hope again. Condense alchemic fire for me to see. Okay. Lin Yi nodded, and condensed a first-grade alchemic fire on his palm, showing it to Boss Bai. First-grade alchemic fire of the yellow level, very good, very pure. After carefully examining the alchemic fire on Lin Yi's hand, Boss Bai exclaimed in surprise, very good, such a pure and stable first-grade alchemic fire, it's almost on par with my peak. Try changing the intensity and temperature of the fire, see. That won't do. Lin Yi smiled bitterly, and began to increase the intensity of the alchemic fire, but just as he increased it, the alchemic fire went out without any warning. Went out. Boss Bai frowned, you've tried. Yes, I've always tried. Whether it's changing the intensity or the temperature, as long as there's the slightest change, the alchemic fire will go out. Lin Yi said bitterly. Oh. This is the first time that I've encountered such a situation. Let me think. Boss Bai looked at Lin Yi in surprise. He closed his eyes and considered Lin Yi's situation carefully. At this moment, at the door of Boss Bai's office, Right Coiling Tiger was already gnashing his teeth in fury. He slapped his legs and stamped his feet, cursing in his heart. Lin Yi is such a jerk. He doesn't know how to make pills. If I had known that he couldn't make pills, why would he have raised the rule of the alchemy competition to the refinement of third-grade pills? According to the original rules, he, the Right Coiling Tiger, would have been the winner. However, the hidden Right family was afraid of Lin Yi. They were afraid that Lin Yi would win again and make things worse. This made the Right Coiling Tiger extremely regretful. Especially when Right Coiling Tiger heard that Lin Yi couldn't even control a grade 1 alchemic fire, the expression on his face was incomparably wonderful. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into a huge pit. He had been completely played by Lin Yi. Lin Yi wasn't an alchemist at all. He was just an ordinary cultivator who could condense alchemic fire. Being able to condense alchemic fire didn't necessarily mean that he was an alchemist. After all, alchemic fire wasn't that easy to control. However, Right Coiling Tiger was prejudiced. At old Master Tang's birthday banquet, he saw Lin Yi controlling alchemic fire. Moreover, at the summit of the hidden families, Lin Yi didn't even spare a glance at those second-grade pills. All of these made Right Coiling Tiger think that Lin Yi was an alchemist. But who would have thought that Lin Yi was actually a liar? He didn't know how to make pills at all. He was completely bluffing there. I still haven't figured it out. After a while, Boss Bai opened his eyes, shook his head, and said, if there must be a problem, then it can only be that the mental cultivation method you practice may conflict with alchemy, or that you don't have the fire and wood attributes in your body, so you don't have the talent for alchemy. Other than that, I really can't think of any other possibilities. So that's how it is. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. He didn't have much hope in the first place. After all, Lin Yi also knew that his mental cultivation method was rather special. It was already very good that he could have a cheat in other aspects. If he had the extravagant hope of knowing alchemy, wouldn't he be an all-rounder? My mental cultivation method should be of the extreme yang attribute. It should be inclined towards the fire attribute. After all, my martial arts are also of the fire attribute. The attributes in my body should also be of the fire attribute. Then, could it be that what I lack is the wood attribute? Lin Yi thought for a while and asked. That's not it either. Boss Bai shook his head and denied. A body with a pure fire attribute can also become an alchemist. On the contrary, because of the single attribute of the body, the condensed alchemic fire will be purer, and it will be easier to control. There won't be a situation where the fire will be extinguished just by changing the intensity and temperature like you did. A cultivator with such an attribute will have high attainments in alchemic fire, but they can't become an excellent alchemist. Oh. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. A single attribute can also become an alchemist. That's right. But this kind of alchemist has a fatal flaw. Without the wood attribute in their body, they can't sense the state of the elixir in the medicine cauldron at any time. They can't change the intensity and temperature of the alchemic fire according to their feelings. Therefore, this kind of alchemist can only rely on practice to refine some elixirs. Boss Bai said, but even so, the success rate of this kind of alchemist is very low. The elixirs that they can refine are also very low in quality and level. Therefore, many of these alchemists regard alchemy as a sideline and won't delve into it further. After listening to Boss Bai's words, Lin Yi suddenly thought of Han Jingjing. Her attainments in the control of alchemic fire were also extremely high, but her perception was very poor, or even no perception at all. Could it be that Han Jingjing was such a person? However, this kind of noob alchemist in Boss Bai's mouth became a nature-defying genius in Han Jingjing's hands. Only a genius girl like Han Jingjing could develop some scientific alchemy methods and make up for her lack of perception through scientific calculations. And after the conversion of the scientific formula, it was even more accurate than the perception. No matter how powerful the perception was, there were times when it was wrong. Unless it was a particularly powerful alchemist with particularly strong divine sense perception, no one would be Han Jingjing's opponent. After thinking through this, Lin Yi also understood why Han Jingjing was so skillful in the control of alchemic fire. However, Han Jingjing actually made up for her shortcomings. Her IQ was really high. Looking at her silly look, he didn't expect that her IQ was not low at all. Could it be that this was the idiotic side of a genius in life that people often said? As everyone knew, there were many geniuses who didn't behave like geniuses in other aspects, but they had amazingly high IQ. Lin Yi thought, could Han Jingjing be one of them? Chapter 2165. Before Boss Bai finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Yi. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Wait a minute, Mr. Bai, the walls have ears. Wait for me to deal with it, and I'll be right back." With that, Lin Yi walked straight to Boss Bai's office, raised his leg, and kicked the door. This kick was different from before, because there was still some pure chi in it. When Right Coiling Tiger heard Lin Yi say, "The walls have ears," he knew that Lin Yi was going to kick the door, so he quickly removed the ears on the door and moved a distance away. He sneered in his heart. "Do you think I'm stupid? The same trick is useless against me, Right Coiling Tiger." In the end, what Right Coiling Tiger didn't expect was that although Lin Yi didn't seem to use much strength in this kick, because he used true chi, the iron door made a loud bang, and there were some sound waves resonating. Right Coiling Tiger's eardrums trembled, and he fell to the ground dizzily. Fuck. After Right Coiling Tiger fell to the ground, not only did his eardrums hurt, but he was also very depressed. He thought that he would be fine after a distance, who knew that it would be so strange this time. After Lin Yi kicked the door, he returned to Boss Bai's desk and said, "Okay, it's done. My door, it'll probably be broken after a few more kicks." Boss Bai laughed and said, "Actually, this alchemist's notes were not organized by me, but a set of notes passed down in the Heavenly Elixir sect. Although it's not a street item, it's not top secret either. At least for Right Coiling Tiger, with the relationship between the Right family and the Heavenly Elixir sect, they should have collected it, so there's no need to hide it from him." Hee hee, it's better to hide it. Lin Yi blinked his eyes, and his heart moved. This time, he didn't know if Right Coiling Tiger would be fooled. You cheated him of 2 medicine cauldrons before, and you want to cheat him again this time. Boss Bai smiled and asked. Well, Master Bai, you already know. Lin Yi smiled bitterly, not expecting that Boss Bai knew those things so well. I know a little. But it's fine. See if you can trick him more this time. Boss Bai said, I'll cooperate with you. Ah. Lin Yi's eyes widened and he looked at Boss Bai in surprise. He didn't expect Boss Bai to say such a thing. Was he going to help him trap the Right Coiling Tiger? I don't really like the Hidden You family, but I do like you. Who else should I help if not you? Boss Bai chuckled. Don't think I'm so old-fashioned. You are indeed not old-fashioned. Lin Yi recalled Boss Bai's style in the class recently. He was indeed not an old-fashioned person, but he was just a bit domineering. This is an alchemist's insight notebook. Study it properly when you get back. This information is different from the elementary mental cultivation method from last time. This is a very precious thing. Don't show it to others. Boss Bai suddenly raised his voice and said, try to comprehend it from here and see if you can find the reason for you. Right Coiling Tiger just got up from the ground at this time and put his ear on the door. When he heard Boss Bai's words, he was shocked. It was indeed a good thing. No wonder Lin Yi was so cautious and kicked the door. I almost missed it. And through Boss Bai's words, Right Coiling Tiger also confirmed that it was not Lin Yi who tricked him before, but Boss Bai did give him an ordinary elementary alchemist cultivation method. He was so eager to ask for it, it would be strange if Lin Yi didn't lie to him. Lin Yi in the office was a little surprised and looked at Boss Bai strangely. Lin Yi could detect the slight changes in the office door and knew that Right Coiling Tiger was eavesdropping, but how did Boss Bai detect it? After all, he was a useless person with broken meridians. Seeing Lin Yi's confusion, Boss Bai turned the computer LCD screen on the table to face Lin Yi, pointed at the screen, and smiled without saying a word. Lin Yi looked at the computer screen and suddenly realized that on the computer screen, it was actually the surveillance image of the corridor outside the office. Right Coiling Tiger was clearly eavesdropping on the image. Okay, this time I won't show it to anyone. Lin Yi nodded and said. However, Lin Yi planned to let Han Jingjing take a look at this information when he went back. As an ancient sect that specialized in alchemy, the Heavenly Elixir sect naturally had its unique features. Han Jingjing might learn something from it, but Lin Yi's desire to learn alchemy had faded a lot. If it was in the past, Lin Yi might be very anxious and try to figure out the reason why he couldn't make alchemy. But now, with a genius like Han Jingjing by his side, he was not too worried. As long as Lin Yi improved his strength and helped Han Jingjing improve her strength, then it should not be a big problem for Han Jingjing to make a third-grade alchemy pill. Okay, there's nothing else. You go back to eat. I have an appointment with Right Coiling Tiger. I think he has already arrived. You kicked the door before because of him, right? Boss Bai began to say some high-sounding words. I don't care if you have conflicts with him in private, but in school and in my class, you'd better keep it down. Don't let me catch any dirt on you. Otherwise, I'll expel you. Yes. Lin Yi looked at Boss Bai's smiling face and said serious words, and also found it very funny, but he still pretended to be serious and said, Don't worry, Boss Bai, I won't do anything to Right Coiling Tiger. That's good. Boss Bai nodded. He said this to warn Right Coiling Tiger not to look for trouble after suffering a loss, not to warn Lin Yi. By the way, Boss Bai, I have another question. Lin Yi wanted to turn around and leave, but he suddenly remembered Han Jingjing's alchemy in the morning, so he asked, Have you heard of the situation where several medicinal materials are put together to make alchemy pills? Oh. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Boss Bai was slightly stunned when he heard Lin Yi's question. I have seen it in an anecdote. It seems that there is such a situation. Lin Yi did not say anything about Han Jingjing. Yes, this can really be done in ancient times. In a furnace, multiple materials can be refined at the same time. Not only can they be successfully refined at the same time, but if they are lucky, there may be one or two or even more elixirs. Boss Bai said, however, that can only happen when one has reached a terrifying level of mastery in the fire and wood attributes. Chapter 2166. So this way, if you want to make multiple elixirs at the same time, you have to keep using your divine sense to feel the changes in the cauldron. That's the only way to succeed, so there really is. Lin Yi heard by Boss' words and was very shocked. Han Jingjing didn't seem to have any wood element perception at all, but she didn't need any. Everything was calculated with scientific formulas, and it was even more accurate than perception. There is. It's just that the pill recipe for refining multiple pills has not been passed down. After all, the time, temperature, and intensity required to refine 2, 3, 4, and so on are all different. If it were recorded as a pill recipe, it would be ever-changing. By Boss explained, plus, those who can make multiple elixirs are all master-level elixirs. Back then, elixirs above mystic class were everywhere, not as rare as now. Even the former miracle doctor, Zhang Liju, my ancestor, didn't reach this level. Thank you for your explanation, Bai Lao. Lin Yi said, then I'll be leaving first, go back and take a good look. When you're done, return the files to me. Bai Lao said. Okay, Bai Lao. After speaking, Lin Yi left the office respectfully. He opened the door and saw a right-coiling tiger, who had hurriedly dodged to the side. He smiled coldly, so someone was eavesdropping. But how did you feel about that kick just now, Master Right? Did it feel good? Lin Yi, what are you talking about? What do you mean good? I just came, I don't know what you mean. Right-coiling tiger pretended not to know and said, huh? Lin Yi, what's that in your hand? Is it good information? Oh, it's not good information. Didn't I give it to you last time? Lin Yi said calmly, and you said you were tricked, that I tricked you. So, it's the information from last time. Right-coiling tiger felt disdain in his heart, but his expression did not change. I didn't see it clearly last time. Let me see it again. What are you looking at? Boss Bai is waiting for you in his office. Hurry up. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Boss Bai's exam is very difficult. Lin Yi said. Don't change the subject. Boss Bai asked me to go after school. I can come back at night. It's more important to read the files first. The more right-coiling tiger listened to Lin Yi's calm words, the more certain he was that Lin Yi had obtained good information this time. Because Lin Yi was neither pretentious nor pretentious, and he didn't take the initiative to exchange anything with him. Instead, he lied to him and said that it was the information from last time. Therefore, right-coiling tiger's interest was immediately aroused. Dream on. Lin Yi's face turned cold this time. He held the documents behind him and said, I gave it to you last time, but you didn't read it. It's impossible for you to read it again. You went to a bookstore to rent a book, but you still want to borrow it for free after you return it? Do you think that's possible? This. Right-coiling tiger wanted to say, how could this be the same? But thinking about it, it was really the same, and he couldn't refute it. Okay, I'm leaving. I still have to eat. Goodbye. Lin Yi turned around and strode away. Humph, you want to lie to me, right-coiling tiger. It's not that easy. I heard it. It's obviously an alchemist's notes. Do you think I'm deaf? Right Coiling Tiger frowned and thought about how he could trick Lin Yi into giving him the information in his hands. Because he had heard Boss Bai say before that this information was very precious and it was best not to show it to others. This made Right Coiling Tiger even more certain that what Boss Bai gave Lin Yi this time was the essence of his life, the alchemist's notes. Right Coiling Tiger, what are you standing at the door for? Come in. Boss Bai's majestic voice sounded. Right Coiling Tiger turned around and found that the office door was not closed. He was a little annoyed. This Lin Yi must have done it on purpose to make a fool of himself in front of Boss Bai. Mr. Bai, I don't dare to come in. Yes, I'm a little scared. Right Coiling Tiger thought for a moment and said, just now, Lin Yi threatened me, saying that your exam is very difficult, so I kind of want to back out. If you want to back out, just drop out. I'll go handle the procedures for you. Boss Bai said lightly. About this, I'd better not. I'm taking the exam. I'm taking the exam now. Right Coiling Tiger said quickly. Okay, since it's an exam, there are 2 questions. 1 question, distinguish all the medicinal herbs in here and write down the names of these medicinal herbs by category. Boss Bai took out a small box from the cabinet in the office and put it on the table. Right Coiling Tiger took a look at the box and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. There were at least 20 to 30 kinds of medicinal herbs in the box. If these medicinal herbs were of the same kind, Right Coiling Tiger could still do it. But he couldn't recognize all of them. With a glance, there were at least 3 or 4 kinds of medicinal herbs that he didn't know. What about the last question? Right Coiling Tiger asked with a bitter smile. Analyze the ingredients in this medicine. Boss Bai took out a box of Dr. Kang's 100 Pain Relief from the drawer in the office and threw it to Right Coiling Tiger. Right Coiling Tiger saw the words Dr. Kang's 100 Pain Relief and his eyes suddenly lit up. He was familiar with this. This formula was given by the Hidden Kong family. At that time, Right Coiling Tiger even handled it, so Right Coiling Tiger knew the ingredients inside clearly. Mr. Bai, what if I only complete one of the questions? Right Coiling Tiger asked carefully. If you only complete one, then you can't ask for leave at any time, and you have to take the final exam. But this time, I'll forget about it. In fact, Boss Bai just wanted to give Right Coiling Tiger a warning. He didn't really want to fire him. After all, Right Coiling Tiger also came in because of his reputation. Although Boss Bai didn't care about anyone's reputation, this was the principal's personal greeting, so Boss Bai couldn't be stubborn. Okay. Right Coiling Tiger was already very happy to have such a result. He quickly picked up the Dr. Kang's 100 Pain Relief, opened it, and pretended to study it attentively for a long time before saying, there are Panax note of ginseng, Notopterygium note of ginseng, Peonia peonii, Wei Ling Xian. But the most important ones are aminopyrine and caffeine, not bad. You're right. Boss Bai nodded and said, it's just that I don't know who made this prescription. It's so wicked. It clearly says that it's a herbal preparation, but it adds chemical ingredients. It says that there are no side effects, but there are side effects of aminopyrine and caffeine. Chapter 2167. Boss Bai, on the other hand, couldn't have guessed that the question he asked Tiger Yu was actually giving him free marks. Lin Yi had already told him the formula of Miracle Dr. Kang's 100 Pain Reliever at the press conference of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company, and as long as Tiger Yu paid some attention, he'd be able to answer correctly. Yes, this is indeed a little immoral. These herbs do have the effect of promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, but with the addition of aminopyrine and caffeine, the effect will be significantly improved. So, this medicine can't be said to be a scam. It just hides some facts, Yu Panhu said. It seems like your foundation is quite solid. I'll let this go, but next time, you're not allowed to skip class. Boss Bai said, if you want to ask for a leave, you have to give me a reasonable reason and tell me in advance. Yes, Mr. Bai, I understand, Coiling Tiger Right said respectfully. Alright, go eat. Boss Bai waved his hand. Right, Mr. Bai, did you look for Lin Yi to take him in as a disciple? Coiling Tiger Right asked carefully. What does that have to do with you? Boss Bai asked indifferently. It's like this. That Lin Yi doesn't seem to know how to make pills. Coiling Tiger Right hesitated and asked. Why? Boss Bai didn't deny it. Nothing, Mr. Bai. If you want a disciple, character is very important. Coiling Tiger Right lowered his voice and said, Mr. Bai, that Lin Yi's character is a bit problematic. What's wrong with his character? Boss Bai paused and looked at Coiling Tiger Right with interest. That Lin Yi is actually an alchemist, but he lied to you and said he doesn't know how to control alchemy fire. Coiling Tiger Right said, back then, he publicly said on many occasions that he was an alchemist. Also, at this hidden noble house summit, if the bet was some pills, Lin Yi wouldn't want them or use them to exchange for other treasures. If he wasn't an alchemist, why wouldn't he want those pills? Pills are so precious, but he didn't want them. This can only mean that he doesn't lack pills. He's an alchemist. Oh. How do you know that he lied to me and said that he couldn't control his alchemic fire? Boss Bai looked at Tiger Right in confusion. Actually, I was just eavesdropping at the door. Right Coiling Tiger was stunned, but he still admitted it, and he simply said, in fact, Lin Yi's purpose is to cheat you of your alchemist's notes. Your good information is generally not easily shown to others, but he used the excuse of not knowing how to refine pills to gain sympathy. Oh, I was going to show him the alchemist's notes anyway. Is there anything else? Boss Bai asked. This is all. Ponhu Right looked at Boss Bai's indifferent look. Although he was very unwilling in his heart, there was no way. Boss Bai didn't seem to care at all, so what else could he say? He could only say resentfully, then I'll take my leave, let's go. Don't forget to close the door when you go out. There's no one at the door this time. Boss Bai said lightly, but it made Right Coiling Tiger's face turn red. He was afraid that Lin Yi would also eavesdrop, so when he entered the office, he didn't close the door. This was also the reason why he dared to slander Lin Yi behind his back. Otherwise, at the Hidden Family Summit, Right Coiling Tiger already knew that Lin Yi was a powerful character. It was better not to provoke such a person, at least not someone that Right Coiling Tiger could afford to provoke. Even his old man Right didn't dare to face Lin Yi alone, let alone. He didn't even dare to encircle and kill him together with old man Tang. What else could Right Coiling Tiger dare to say? After leaving Boss Bai's office, although Right Coiling Tiger was a little depressed, he also understood one thing, and that was that the information in Lin Yi's hands was indeed the alchemist's notes. This time, Right Coiling Tiger was even more determined to get the information to take a look. Last time, he was tricked by Lin Yi, but this time, it wouldn't happen again. Boss Bai had personally admitted that it was the alchemist's notes, so how could it be wrong? And looking at Lin Yi's unnatural look just now, it was probably something good, so Right Coiling Tiger decided to carefully calculate what price he could use to exchange for the alchemist's notes. Lin Yi didn't have the desire to eavesdrop at all. He directly took Boss Bai's information, went to the cafeteria to buy a boxed lunch, and returned to the dormitory. Bai Weituo was chatting on the computer, and when he saw Lin Yi come back, he said excitedly, Big brother Lin, long time no see, I have good news to tell you. Good news? What good news? Lin Yi sat in his seat and opened the boxed lunch to eat. Although he didn't need to eat, if he didn't eat, life seemed to be missing something, and Lin Yi was not used to it. In the days when you were not here, through my unremitting efforts, I finally got Himeyu's QQ number. We are chatting well now, and he may have finally agreed to my invitation to go to the movies with me tonight. Bai Weituo said happily. Oh, congratulations. Lin Yi's impression of He Mei Wei wasn't very good, but Bai Weituo liked it, so he didn't dispel Bai Weituo's enthusiasm. Wait, big brother Lin, I haven't finished speaking yet. Although He Mei Wei agreed, she doesn't want to go with me alone. She said that she wants me to bring you and Xan Yanzi, or Zhao Xingji and Chai Xiaoling. Bai Weituo said. Then you let Xingji go. Lin Yi suddenly realized that Zhao Xingji wasn't in the dormitory. Where did the fatty go? Don't mention it. The morning before yesterday, we went to class. The floor of the dormitory building had just been wiped. When Zhao Xingji went downstairs, he accidentally slipped down. He was too fat and broke his sternum. He is lying in the school hospital. Bai Weituo said depressingly, Chai Xiaoling is nursing him there. Lin Yi was a little speechless. It wasn't a big deal for ordinary people to fall, but when he fell, his bones were crushed by his own weight. However, Lin Yi immediately frowned because the place where Zhao Xingji's fracture was a bit strange. Sternum. It was possible to say that his arm or leg was crushed, but his sternum was crushed. Why did it feel a little awkward? How difficult of a fall was that? Especially when going downstairs, according to the center of gravity, the fall should be the whole person falling backwards. It was impossible to crush the sternum. Weituo, what the hell is going on? Zhao Xingji's bones, I'm afraid it's not as simple as breaking, right? Lin Yi frowned and asked. Chapter 2168. Chai Xiaoling also had the same intention. They agreed not to tell Lin Yi because Lin Yi was a very loyal person. It was impossible for him to ignore this kind of thing. However, they were afraid that Lin Yi would get into trouble again if he interfered in this matter, so they made up such a reason. They didn't expect the loophole in this reason to be noticed by Lin Yi. Bai Weituo thought about it carefully and also found the loophole in it. Although he came from a medical family, he wasn't a detective. He didn't have much contact with treating injuries, so he made such a low-level mistake. He fell down on his stomach. Bai Weituo said. Fell down on his stomach. Why don't you fall down on your stomach for me to see? Head down. No concussion, only a broken sternum. Lin Yi said, what the hell happened? I knew I couldn't hide it from Brother Lin. Bai Weituo said helplessly, when we freshmen enter the school, every year there will be senior students coming to the dormitory to sell some things. This is the so-called seniors helping juniors, but in fact, it's forced buying and selling. This is the unspoken rule of our school for many years. In fact, there are some small gangs in the school, and these seniors who are selling things are members of this small gang. They come to the freshman dormitory to sell things. Everyone is forced to buy. If I was in the dormitory at that time, I definitely wouldn't let Zhao Xingji be impulsive. But at that time, only Zhao Xingji and Song Xiaodao were there. The two of them didn't buy it, but the students who came to sell forced them to buy it. They were pressured and had to buy it. But after that, Zhao Xingji went to the school's student office to report these people. So, the school dealt with these people and recorded a demerit. The school didn't know about this before. Lin Yi frowned. I know, but if the people don't report it, the officials won't investigate it. After all, there are some small businesses in the school. It's just that the school leaders didn't know that they went too far. This time, they caught the example. Bai Weituo said. What does that have to do with Zhao Xingji's injury? Did they come back for revenge after that? Lin Yi asked. They didn't come. After all, no one dared to go against the wind and commit a crime, but their group came. They were from the school's boxing club. At that time, Zhao Xingji wasn't in the dormitory, so they beat Zhao Xingji up and broke his ribs. Bai Weituo smiled bitterly. The boxing club's boss is Li Biaohan. He's a very famous person in the school, and I heard that he has a lot of power outside the school. The boxing club is basically a small gang, and the members are all hoodlums. Li Biaohan. I understand. Let's go see Zhao Xingji first, and then let Zhao Xingji decide how to deal with this guy. Lin Yi said. Big brother Lin, we can look at Zhao Xingji, but let's forget about finding trouble with Li Biaohan. Bai Weituo smiled bitterly. I've been in this school for so many years, and I still have some understanding of this Li Biaohan. He's very good at martial arts, and most people aren't his opponent. Oh, it's okay. I'm not an ordinary person. Lin Yi said indifferently. Sweat, big brother Lin, I know you're better. You're not even afraid of lions and tigers, but that Li Biaohan. How do I say it? Bai Weituo was a little embarrassed. My grandfather used to be an alchemist, and he came into contact with a lot of things. Have you heard of a swordsman? I've heard of it. Lin Yi nodded. Bai Weituo was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Yi to have heard of a swordsman. Then it was easy for him to explain. That Li Biaohan is a swordsman. It's better if we don't provoke him. Otherwise, there won't be any benefits. Anyway, Zhao Xingji got a blessing in disguise this time. He confirmed his relationship with Chai Shaoling. That's a different thing. We can't just let it go. Lin Yi said, let's go. Let's go see Zhao Xingji first. I know a little about medicine. I can help him recover faster. All right. Bai Weituo had no choice but to accompany Lin Yi to the school hospital. Sure enough, what Bai Weituo said was right. Although Zhao Xingji was lying on the hospital bed, Chai Shaoling was by his side, and he looked happy. Xingji, big brother Lin is here to see you. Bai Weituo pushed open the door and shouted loudly. Boss, you're here. When Zhao Xingji saw Lin Yi, he smiled. It seemed that he was immersed in the happiness of being in love. He didn't even care about being beaten up. Xingji, how is it? Are all the bones connected? Lin Yi asked with a smile. And they're all connected. They're young and almost healed. They can go back in a few days. Zhao Xingji chuckled. Let me take a look for you. Lin Yi said. Boss, you can see a doctor. Oh, yes, Weituo said before that his grandfather was cured by you. You're good at medicine, then you can take a look for me. Zhao Xingji didn't doubt Lin Yi and said directly. Lin Yi's medical skills weren't a secret, so he didn't need to hide it from Zhao Xingji and others. Moreover, these people were all on his side, so Lin Yi wouldn't hide it. However, when Lin Yi treated Zhao Xingji, he still used the method of silver needles to help Zhao Xingji heal, and didn't directly transfer true qi. In the end, Lin Yi applied some medicine to Zhao Xingji. This was the treatment Lin Yi used before entering the space of the Jade Pendant and discovering that the art of dragon mastery could heal injuries. Lin Yi didn't use true qi to completely heal Zhao Xingji, but left a small gap. However, with this herb on him, he would definitely be healed tomorrow. At that time, everyone wouldn't think too much and would only think that Lin Yi's herbs were magical. Boss, this herb is different when applied to the body. It's very comfortable. It seems that the injury is half healed in an instant. Zhao Xingji said. It's good that it's effective. Lin Yi nodded. Well, you should be able to get up and walk around now. Let's go find that Li Biaohan to settle the score. Find Li Biaohan. Zhao Xingji was stunned. He hurt you. Who else can we find if not him? You don't want to just let it go, do you? Lin Yi had always been like this. He was very protective. If his friends and family were hurt or cheated, he would take revenge. Ugh. Boss, let's just forget it. I'm fine now. Zhao Xingji was originally very angry, but after hearing Bai Weituo talk about Li Biaohan's power, he gave up. He came to university to study and date. He didn't want to cause trouble. If he provoked Li Biaohan, he might not have a good life in the future. Chapter 2169. Zhao Xingji was stunned. He wanted to say, "So what if I'm not willing?" But he suddenly thought of Chai Shaoling beside him. He was too weak. Would Chai Shaoling look down on him? Thinking of this, Zhao Xingji said, "I'm not willing, bro. It's just that two fists can't fight against four hands. That Li Biaohan is not only powerful, but he also has many underlings. If we go, we can only be beaten. I think we have to plan before we act." "There's no need to plan. Just find that Li Biaohan. I'll help you break his ribs, and then ask him for a sum of money." Lin Yi said, "If you don't go, I'll go myself." "Okay, then let's go." Zhao Xingji saw that Lin Yi was helping him. If he still didn't go, he would really be a coward. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and jumped out of bed. Indeed, he found that his bones were much better. Except for some faint pain, it seemed that there was nothing else. Then I'll go too." Bai Weituo sighed. Now that things had come to this, if he didn't go, wouldn't he be a coward too? Chai Shaoling was calm. "Lin Yi, are you confident about this matter? If you're not confident, let the school solve it." "Do you think I will harm them?" Lin Yi asked. "This, you won't." Chai Shaoling thought about it. All along, Lin Yi had been helping his brothers in the dormitory. He definitely wouldn't harm them. Moreover, every time Lin Yi did something, he had a plan. Just like the drinking competition with Bai Weituo before, and then in the Lion and Tiger Park, he helped Bai Weituo to let Zhang Duopan and Fan Gonha be bitten by lions. Although Chai Shaoling didn't know how Lin Yi did it, it showed that Lin Yi wasn't a reckless person. "If that's the case, then let's go," Lin Yi said and walked out of the ward. At this time, all the doctors had gone for lunch, so there was no one else. Otherwise, if they saw Zhao Xingji leaving the hospital, they would definitely ask about him. The only person on duty didn't even know Zhao Xingji. Since it was decided, Bai Weituo didn't say anything else. He brought Lin Yi to the boxing club's headquarters. However, it wasn't time for the boxing club to be active. There was no one else in the boxing club except for two underlings who were practicing. "Who are you looking for? Are you here to sign up?" These two lackeys were the lowest-ranking lackeys. They were freshmen this year and had just joined the boxing club, so they were in charge of recruiting new members. "Where's Li Biaohan?" Lin Yi didn't have time to talk nonsense with them. "President Li isn't here." "What's the matter?" One of the lackeys stopped practicing. Hearing Lin Yi's unfriendly tone, he frowned and walked over. "Give him a call and tell him that someone is looking for trouble." Lin Yi was not in the mood to chat with a little brother. "So you guys are here to sweep the field." The lackey finally understood the purpose of Lin Yi's visit. Sweep the field. Li Biaohan doesn't have that much influence. This field isn't worth it. I don't have time to waste with you. Hurry up and call him. Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently. The lackey glanced at Lin Yi, Zhao Xingji, and Bai Weituo. Chai Shaoling was a girl, so he automatically ignored her. He and the other guy were new members of the boxing club, so their skills weren't that great. 2 against 3 wasn't much of an advantage. Therefore, he hesitated for a moment before a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Then, wait. He didn't have Li Biaohan's phone number, nor was he qualified to have it. He was only a newcomer in the boxing club, but he had the phone number of the boxing club's vice president. "Hello. Is this Brother Gao? I'm Little Six from the boxing club. Someone is sweeping the field." "Yes, 3 people. The lackey ran to the corner and called the boxing club's vice president, Gao Lutong. Li Biaohan actually rarely came to the boxing club, so the affairs here were all decided by Gao Lutong, the vice president. Although the lackey was far away from Lin Yi still heard what the lackey said. When he heard that the lackey was calling a vice president, there was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't expose him. Lin Yi had a rough idea of what was going on. A small character like this would be lucky to have a vice president's phone number. The president probably wouldn't be able to reach him, but that didn't matter. He just asked the vice president to call Li Biaohan over. Boss. Bai Weituo was a little guilty. Do we need to talk to my grandpa? Let the school step in. My grandpa still has a say in the school. No need. Lin Yi said, if you go to the school, they will think that you are afraid of them. They will take revenge on you later. The most direct way is to break their boss's ribs and make him pay. They won't dare to do it again. Bai Weituo smiled bitterly. If Li Biaohan was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have been able to run amok in the school for so many years. Not long after, Gao Lutong appeared at the entrance of the boxing club with 4 burly men. Before he walked in, he shouted loudly, "Who has the guts to be so arrogant in the boxing club? Don't you want to live anymore? No one is arrogant here. You are the one who is arrogant. Don't you want to live anymore?" Lin Yi looked at the person as if he was looking at an idiot. What do you mean? Gao Lutong was stunned. He didn't understand what Lin Yi meant. However, Bai Weituo and Zhao Xingji understood and laughed secretly. Chai Shaoling couldn't help but laugh too. However, when Zhao Xingji saw Gao Lutong's face clearly, his expression suddenly froze. The person who took the lead to beat him up was this Gao Lutong, Vice President Gao. Brother Gao, what he means is that you were the only one who was arrogant just now, so you said that you don't want to live anymore. One of Gao Lutong's smarter underlings quickly explained. Damn, you're playing word games with me. Gao Lutong was furious after hearing that. He pointed at Lin Yi and said, Kid, after so many years, no one has dared to come to the boxing club to challenge us. I think you're really a weirdo. Word games. That's because your IQ is too low. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Get that President Li Biaohan of yours here, said Lin Yi impatiently. Get Brother Biaohan. Are you worthy? Gao Lutong looked at Lin Yi and the others mockingly. His eyes suddenly fell on Zhao Xingji and he was a little surprised. It's you. Brat, so you're saying that you're here to take revenge? Although Zhao Xingji was a little afraid, he couldn't hide since he was recognized. He could only bite the bullet and say, yes, my boss brought me here to challenge us. Chapter 2170. Last time, when he brought people to beat up Zhao Xingji, he only used some dirty tricks and broke Zhao Xingji's sternum. It was not because of the saying, don't hit people in the face, but because they were in the dormitory, and they did not want to go overboard. But this time, Zhao Xingji took the initiative to come to the boxing club to challenge them, so he naturally did not care. In these martial arts clubs, there were actually some recognized unspoken rules, which were challenges and challenges. For example, if you were from the Taekwondo club and did not like the boxing club, you could come and challenge them, or bring people to challenge them. When 2 sides fought in the club's arena, even if they hurt each other, the school would not look into it. As long as no lives were lost, they would not interfere. After all, this was the unspoken rule of martial arts clubs. Of course, some stronger students who thought they were strong could also come to these martial arts clubs to challenge them. If they won, they would become famous, and their popularity and status in school would increase. There would also be beauties throwing themselves at them. If they lost and got hurt, it was because they were not capable, and they could not go to the school to seek justice. So this was also the reason why Gao Lutong was not afraid in his own territory. Even if he beat up the people in front of him, it was because they were not strong enough. After all, they were the ones who took the initiative to challenge him. He already had a problem with Zhao Xingji, so this time, Gao Lutong did not show any mercy, and was very ruthless. Gao Lutong was the vice president of the boxing club, and his boxing skills were even better. Usually, he could leave a fist mark on a steel plate with just one punch. If this punch hit Zhao Xingji's head, without a doubt, even if Zhao Xingji did not faint on the spot, he would definitely have a concussion. Zhao Xingji looked at the huge fist coming at him, and was stunned for a moment. Plus, his sternum injury had not healed, and his mobility was seriously affected. When he wanted to dodge, Gao Lutong's fist was less than 5 centimeters away from him, and it was too late even if he wanted to dodge. Zhao Xingji subconsciously closed his eyes in fear, thinking to himself that it was over. He had just been discharged from the hospital, and now he had to go in again. But fortunately, the only consolation was that in the hospital, Chai Shaoling would still be with him. However, after a few seconds, Zhao Xingji was surprised to find that his head did not seem to have been hit, which was a little unbelievable. When he closed his eyes, the fist was already right in front of him, but a few seconds had passed, and it still did not hit him. Subconsciously, Zhao Xingji opened his eyes in confusion. What surprised him was that Gao Lutong's fist was still in front of him, but it had stopped. It was suspended in mid-air, looking very unnatural. However, when Zhao Xingji looked carefully, he found that Gao Lutong's fist had not stopped by himself, but his arm had been grabbed by someone. The person who grabbed Lutong was Lin Yi. The person of. Since he was not hit, Zhao Xingji was suddenly surprised and happy. He subconsciously dodged to the side, but he saw that Lin Yi seemed to be very relaxed. In contrast, Gao Lutong's face was red, and it seemed that he had used all his strength. There were also beads of sweat on his forehead. Zhao Xingji was right. Gao Lutong did use all his strength because he found that after his arm was grabbed by Lin Yi, he could not move forward at all. What was even more depressing was that he could not take it back. Of course, this wasn't the worst. It wasn't enough to make Gao Lutong's face turn red and sweat drip down his forehead. The real reason he was sweating was that Lin Yi's fingers were digging into his arm like a pair of pliers, as if his arm would be crushed with just a little bit of force. "Kid, where did you come from? I admit that I looked down on you before. You are indeed qualified to challenge me. Let me go, let's have a fair fight. I want to challenge you." Although Gao Lutong was having a hard time, he did not think that Lin Yi was very powerful. In his opinion, Lin Yi only had amazing grip strength. This was not a big deal, and the impact of his fist was greater. However, Lin Yi did not answer him at all. Instead, he turned to Zhao Xingji and asked, "Is this the guy who broke your ribs?" "Yes. Yes." Zhao Xingji looked at Gao Lutong's uncomfortable expression, and he was suddenly full of confidence in Lin Yi, so he nodded. Chapter 2171. What did I do? Lin Yi asked as he looked at Gao Lutong strangely. "The 4 of them." Gao Lutong pointed at the 4 men on the ground in shock. "They're dead," Lin Yi said. "Ha!" Gao Lutong's hand was hurting. He hugged his arm and squatted to the side. When he heard Lin Yi's words, he jumped up like a rabbit and retreated 4 to 5 meters, looking at Lin Yi in fear. "What are you doing?" Lin Yi asked. You killed them." Gao Lutong asked with a guilty conscience. "No, I left out one word." "They're dead asleep," Lin Yi said. Gao Lutong was speechless. He thought, "You scared me to death. I thought you were a murderer." But it was good that they weren't dead. He knew that he was no match for the person in front of him. Although Lin Yi didn't admit it directly, it was definitely Lin Yi who did it. What do you want?" Since Gao Lutong couldn't beat Lin Yi, he could only force himself to ask. It's not what I want, it's what you want. Lin Yi pointed at Zhao Xingji. You broke his sternum. Bro, his sternum is broken, but so is my arm. My 4 men also learned a lesson. This matter. How about we just let it go? Gao Lutong asked. Let it go. I broke your arm. Your 4 men didn't wake up in the morning and fell asleep again. What does this have to do with Zhao Xingji? Are you stupid? Don't you know how to calculate? Lin Yi asked. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Gao Lutong almost fainted. But he was the weaker one now, so he didn't dare to offend Lin Yi. He could only say, aren't you here to get revenge for him? Isn't that the same as getting revenge for him? I'm here to be a bystander. Lin Yi said. Ah. Gao Lutong almost fainted. Then, what do you say? I say, you choose. Do you want this to be public or private? Lin Yi asked. Public or private? What does that mean? What would happen if it became public? What if we settle it privately? Gao Lutong was taken aback and asked. I'll beat you up and break your ribs. Then, I'll send you to the school leaders. You'll admit that you injured Zhao Xingji. After that, it's up to the school to deal with you, Lin Yi said. How is this fair? Don't you still have to beat me up? Gao Lutong was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. Then, when the school leaders asked me where I got my injuries, what should I say? Oh, you can say that I did it. However, I will take revenge on you later, Lin Yi said coolly. A threat. This was simply a naked threat. It was the same method he used to deal with Zhao Xingji. However, he was really afraid that Lin Yi would take revenge on him behind his back. What about settling it privately? Gao Lutong wasn't afraid of Lin Yi's revenge. In his opinion, as long as Li Biaohan came back, then Lin Yi was definitely not his opponent. However, Gao Lutong didn't want to embarrass himself in front of the school leaders. If people knew that Gao Lutong was bullied so miserably, then he wouldn't be able to mingle in the school. Settle it privately. I'll beat you up, and then you have to pay me 1,000,000 yuan, said Lin Yi. What? 1,000,000 yuan. Gao Lutong thought that his ears had a problem. Yeah, you see, his ribs are broken. It will be difficult for him to walk in the future. You have to buy a car. Moreover, after buying the car, someone needs to take care of it. Lin Yi said, you see, he just found a girlfriend, but he was injured. What if the girlfriend's family objected? So, you have to give more money as a betrothal gift. 100,000 yuan to buy a car and 900,000 yuan as a betrothal gift is already a bargain for you. Then I'm not as good as the public. Gao Lutong was speechless for a while. Isn't this Lin Yi too good at talking nonsense? Oh, yes, I forgot to tell you. If you choose to settle it privately, I still have to ask you to pay for it. I can't beat you too badly, but once you are sent to school, it has nothing to do with me. So, you basically have to say goodbye to masturbation in the future, said Lin Yi. Say goodbye to masturbation. What do you mean? Gao Lutong didn't quite understand. What does this have to do with masturbation? It means that you don't need your 4 limbs, 5th leg, and so on because your hands and masturbation are useless, said Lin Yi. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Bai Weituo and Zhao Xingji finally couldn't help but laugh. Chai Shaoling blushed, but she also couldn't help but laugh. I'll settle it privately. Gao Lutong took a deep breath. A hazy look flashed across his eyes as he said, I have to call my boss about the compensation. I don't have that much money. Oh, then hurry up and call. Lin Yi waved his hand and said impatiently. Yes. Gao Lutong agreed quickly, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. He knew what Li Biaohan was capable of. When Li Biaohan came back, Lin Yi would have to crawl out no matter how strong he was. He wasn't in a rush. He was just thinking about how to make it sound more miserable. In the outskirts of Donghai City, there was a heavily guarded manor. This wasn't a hidden house's turf, but a branch of the famous Firewolf gang. Right now, the person in charge of this branch was Jiang Wen. Even in Mingyue, who was in charge of contacting the firewolves in Donghai City, became Jiang Wen's subordinate. Jiang Wen, I'm a father because of my son. And Mingyue laughed happily. I've learned a lot from this hidden house summit. Before, I thought that Housen was a member of the common house, the head of the 5 small houses, and that we were already very powerful. But now, we're just frogs in a well. Yeah, but that Lin Yi got lucky, letting him win so many matches. Jiang Wen had heard about the summit from his father. He said regretfully, these hidden houses are too weak, even Lin Yi couldn't handle them. Let's not talk about them. Right now, we have to avoid Lin Yi as well, right? And Mingyue shook her head helplessly. Those pieces of trash, they held a summit for no reason, and they lost everything, giving all their treasures to Lin Yi. Lin Yi. Jiang Wen's eyes flashed coldly at the name. If he had the chance and the ability, he'd definitely kill Lin Yi. But right now, he didn't have much confidence. When the professor and his disciple perfected the 01 medicine, we'll get a few 01 test subjects and kill Lin Yi. Chapter 2172. Naturally, I think it's about time. Jiang Wen nodded. It's all thanks to this hidden house summit. We may have lost some things, but we were able to discover some of the flaws and weaknesses of our 01 medicine. Professor Yin was able to find a breakthrough point from those test subjects. Haha, that's great. And Mingyue smiled. The participants from the Firewolves were all test subjects who'd been injected with the 01 medicine, just like the ones who fought in the arena and robbed banks. The only difference was that these test subjects were slowly being perfected. This was also why Mingyue didn't feel any joy or sadness when she saw those injured. Those who were on the verge of death were sent to the professor's lab as soon as they could to find some flaws and weaknesses in the medicine. What's so good about that? My original plan was to train a batch of 01 experimental subjects to rob the various families in the secular world. But now, the abilities of these experimental subjects are enough to wipe out the armies of those families in the secular world. Jiang Wen said regretfully. But I didn't expect that most of them would join Lin Yi's ninja alliance, making me hesitate. Lin Yi's just too strong, and I don't want to fight him head-on before I'm confident. Jiang Wen didn't want to accept this, but he had to face the reality, even the Firewolves Earth-class late-phase peak couldn't win against him. Plus, Lin Yi had been in the limelight this time, and Jiang Wen had no choice but to stay away from him. So he had no choice but to change his plan, from dealing with the common houses to dealing with the hidden houses and normal sects. He'd have to perfect the 01 medicine, and the test subjects had to be at least Earth-class late-phase peak. Only then would they be strong enough to rob the hidden houses. He'd have to use a few 01 test subjects to stall the Sky-class masters while the others went to rob the houses. That was the only way to be confident. If they were too weak, they'd all be wiped out. Good news, Wen bro, Uncle N. It was Jiang Wen's confidant, Scorpion. Oh. Big Scorpion, is there any good news? Jiang Wen's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely guessed something. The number 01 potion has been perfected and the new test product is more durable than before. It can at least resist 2 consecutive attacks from an early stage heaven rank, and it can easily kill an early stage earth rank or below. It can barely kill an early stage earth rank or mid stage earth rank, and it can take down a mid stage earth rank to late stage earth rank. As for those above the peak late stage, it can't kill them for the time being, but it can hold them off for a while. Good. Jiang Wen was overjoyed. This test subject is amazing. Yeah, thanks to the professor's disciple for finding the black box after the base was destroyed. There's a note from the professor's mentor in it. Scorpion said. Not bad, get a test subject and test subjects, Jiang Wen said. Okay, I'll inform Professor Yi now. Scorpion said, oh yeah, Li Biaohan wants to see you. He said he wants to treat Master Wen to a meal, oh, let him in. Jiang Wen said. Yes. Scorpion nodded and left. After a while, Li Biaohan walked in respectfully. He quickly greeted Jiang Wen and Mingyue when he saw them. Greetings, Wen bro, Uncle N. Alright, no need to be so courteous. We're all on the same side. Jiang Wen waved his hand, gesturing for Li Biaohan to sit down. Yes. Li Biaohan sat in front of Jiang Wen respectfully and took out an account book. Wen bro, this is the income of the fire wolves in the college town this month, please take a look. Oh, okay. And Mingyue took the account book and flipped through it. After looking through it, she was quite satisfied. She said, not bad, you have an income of more than 3 million in a month. It seems that you are quite hard-working. Hee, compared to Wen bro, I'm far behind. Wen bro's speed of earning money is really fast. I'm nothing compared to him. Li Biaohan said modestly. In fact, Li Biaohan's income was quite big. He relied on forced buying and selling in the school, collecting a little protection fee, and so on. He could make more than 3 million a month, which was not a small number. Of course, this was not just from one university. In the university town, there were a total of dozens of universities. The boxing clubs of each university were already controlled by Li Biaohan. They were basically doing the same thing. Otherwise, one university wouldn't be able to earn this much. Very good, keep it up. I'll tell the leader about your hard work. Jiang Wen nodded. But, you're still a little timid. You should be a little bigger. A little bigger. What do you mean? Li Biaohan paused. Every school has those rich kids, right? You do your research, and I'll send some people to help you. Once you're done, my people will help you kidnap the money. That way, the income from a single case would be enough to cover a few months of your income. Jiang Wen said. Wen bro, you're wise. Li Biaohan paused. He never thought of doing this before. First, it was because of his underlings. They could do extortion, but they wouldn't dare to kidnap the money. Plus, there were too many people, and it would be bad if they were exposed. But now, it was different. If Jiang Wen supported him, he could transfer people from the fire wolves to work with him. That was basically a success. There was no risk, and the income was high. All he needed to do was to find out who had the money and provide some clues about this student. Good, I like your personality. You're not sloppy and overcautious. You're someone who does big things. Jiang Wen was satisfied with Li Biaohan's reaction. He was afraid of cowards who were afraid of wolves and tigers. How could they do big things like that? The fire wolves were an unorthodox gang, even more so than the mafia. If they didn't do this, how could they earn money? But, Wen bro, we can't expose this, right? If it's exposed, we can do 1 or 2, but if it's too long, it'll be hard. Li Biaohan hesitated. I won't. Even if the people I sent were captured, they wouldn't say a thing. Don't worry, Jiang Wen smiled, not caring at all. That's fine. Jiang Wen smiled faintly. Chapter 2173. Li Biaohan's phone rang all of a sudden. He didn't want to pick it up, but it was the vice president of the boxing club. He wouldn't call if it wasn't an emergency. Answer the phone first, we'll talk about the meal later. Jiang Wen waved his hand, signaling for Li Biaohan to take the call first. It's Gao Lutong, the vice president of the boxing club. Li Biaohan said as he picked up the phone. Hello. What's up? Biaohan bro, someone's here. Gao Lutang said in a low voice. He was quite troubled. He was the vice president of the boxing club, and he was being threatened. This was going to be a joke. Someone's here. Who is it? Li Biaohan paused. Someone's here to do that. You don't have to report this to me, just get someone to teach them a lesson. But... Gao Lutang looked at his broken arm. Lesson? What's wrong? Does this person have some sort of background? Li Biaohan asked. That's not it. My arm was crushed by him, and the 4 great generals of our boxing club were also mysteriously knocked down by him. Gao Lutang smiled bitterly. What? Li Biaohan was stunned when he heard Gao Lutang's words. Who is so ruthless? Someone from another club. No, Biaohan bro, do you remember that first-year student who told on us in front of the school? Gao Lutang said. Remember, didn't you bring people to beat him into the hospital? What, did he get someone to do that? Li Biaohan frowned. He had investigated that Zhao Xingji guy before, and he didn't have any background at all. How did he get someone so strong? Yeah, that guy's weird. Gao Lutang said. Biaohan bro, he said that he's not only going to teach me a lesson, but he also wants me to pay him 1 million. 1 million? He really dares to ask for that. I, Li Biaohan, get blackmailed all the time, and now I'm the one getting blackmailed. Li Biaohan was furious when he heard it, but he calmed down immediately. Little Gao, who did Zhao Xingji find? I don't know. He seems to be a student, but he doesn't look familiar. He should be a freshman, not a member of the other martial arts clubs in our school. Gao Lutang still had this little bit of insight. He knew all the people in the school who could fight but shouldn't be provoked. For example, he remembered ruthless people like Zhuang Niadao and Right Coiling Tiger. However, this person in front of him was really unfamiliar. But I stole the photo, I'll send it to you. Alright, wait for me. I'll head over now. Li Biaohan had wanted to treat Jiang Wen to a meal to get closer, but something happened to his club. He had to go back and deal with it himself. He hung up and said apologetically, Wen bro, something happened to my boxing club. Oh? What's going on? Jiang Wen asked. It's like this. Li Biaohan told Jiang Wen about how he forced people to buy and sell things at school, including how he taught Zhao Xingji a lesson and how Zhao Xingji brought people to his door. That Vice President Gao Lutang of yours, as far as I know, isn't a golden class yet, but his physical style is infinitely close to golden class, right? Jiang Wen asked. Yeah. Li Biaohan nodded. He's someone I trust a lot. I've been training him. I don't know what kind of opponent he met this time, to be this strong. Can you handle it yourself? Jiang Wen asked. Let's take a look at the opponent first. As he spoke, Li Biaohan's phone beeped with a message notification. Li Biaohan quickly opened the message and glanced at the photo above. What's wrong? Jiang Wen asked quickly after seeing Li Biaohan's expression. Wen bro, this person is actually Lin Yi. Li Biaohan's mouth twitched. He didn't think that it would be Lin Yi. What? Lin Yi? Jiang Wen took Li Biaohan's phone and looked at it. Wasn't it Lin Yi who was here to cause trouble? Jiang Wen's face didn't look too good. Even Jiang Wen couldn't say that he could handle this guy, let alone Li Biaohan. It seems like we've hit a wall this time. Li Biaohan smiled bitterly. Wen bro, that Lin Yi asked for 1 million, this Lin Yi is a man of his words. If you don't give it to him, the consequences will be dire. Jiang Wen smiled bitterly as well. You really need to take care of this, otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Jiang Wen, didn't Big Scorpion say that the professor's new 01 test subject came out? It can even fight against a sky class for a while. If that's the case, why don't we send a test subject? That Lin Yi is only an Earth class mid-phase, our test subject is very strong. And Mingyue said suddenly. Yeah. How could I forget? Jiang Wen slapped his thigh. Biaohan, don't worry, I'll take care of this for you. I have the latest 01 experimental product here, it's even more durable than before. It can at least resist 2 consecutive attacks from an early stage heaven rank, and it can easily kill an early stage earth rank or below. It can barely kill an early stage earth rank or mid-stage earth rank, and it can take down a mid-stage earth rank to late-stage earth rank. As for peak late-stage earth rank and above, it can't kill them for the time being, but it can fight for some time. Damn, that's strong. Li Biaohan was overjoyed. Lin Yi was an Earth class mid-phase, and even if this 01 test subject couldn't kill Lin Yi, it could at least fight to a draw. As long as it could intimidate Lin Yi, that was enough. To be honest, Li Biaohan didn't want to admit defeat in front of Lin Yi. Jiang Wen warned him that Lin Yi was strong, but now that there was a stronger 01 test subject, how could Li Biaohan admit defeat? Yeah, the test subject is strong in theory, but if it really can't beat Lin Yi, don't force it. Just pay him money. Jiang Wen was calm. When the medicine is perfected, we'll have plenty of chances to deal with him. There's no rush. Alright, thank you, Wen bro. Li Biaohan was thinking that he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of paying for his mistake, but he didn't expect that Jiang Wen would suddenly get a master to help him. No need to thank me, we're all on the same side. Jiang Wen waved his hand. Big Scorpion, prepare the latest 01 test subject and hypnotize him, make him listen to Li Biaohan. Yes. Big Scorpion walked over and answered. Chapter 2174. There's no rush, we have more important things to do, Jiang Wen waved his hand casually. Not long after, Scorpion brought a dazed Fire Wolf gang member over. This was the latest 01 test subject. Beside the test subject was a cold-looking man. This man was the hypnotist. He pointed at Li Biaohan and said something hard to understand to the dazed Fire Wolf gang member. Then, he turned around and left. Alright, Li Biaohan, you can control this Fire Wolves now. We usually call them puppets or test subjects, but outsiders call them Fire Wolves, Scorpion said to Li Biaohan. Thank you, Scorpion bro. Li Biaohan said quickly. He gave the test subject an order, and the test subject followed him. After Li Biaohan left, Jiang Wen smiled. Father, you're really smart. Not only can you test the power of our newest 01 test subject, you can also teach Lin Yi a lesson. It'd be great if we can beat Lin Yi, but if we can't, we can just use Li Biaohan as a weapon. It's not like we'll lose anything. Haha, that's true. I've been with you for a long time, and I've become a sly person, and Mingyue smiled. Li Biaohan happily brought the test subject back to school in his Audi Q7. He was a big brother in school, so naturally, his car was very luxurious. They arrived at the boxing club and parked the car. Li Biaohan let the test subject follow behind him as he swaggered into the boxing club. As he walked, he shouted, "Who is it? In Donghai Industry University, no one dares to disrespect me, Li Biaohan." Li Biaohan's opening made Lin Yi speechless. He looked at Gao Lutang and said faintly, "Is your boss retarded? Didn't you tell him about the situation?" Gao Lutang looked at Li Biaohan for help. "Seems like you're lying." Lin Yi smiled coldly and ignored Gao Lutang. He turned to Li Biaohan. "You're Li Biaohan. Why does he look so familiar?" "Boy, I know you. You're Lin Yi, right? He's a little famous, but this is my territory. It's not the time for you to behave atrociously." Li Biaohan had a test subject behind him, so he was naturally full of confidence. He hadn't seen Lin Yi's terror with his own eyes, and he had only heard about it from others, so Lin Yi didn't have much of an impact on him. The only thing that Li Biaohan was afraid of was Lin Yi's Middle Earth class strength. He had the strength of a golden class, which was far from the strength of an Earth class. So before he had a test subject, he definitely couldn't arm wrestle with Lin Yi. But now that he had a test subject to back him up, he could be arrogant. It wasn't that he had a lot of cards up his sleeves, but that he was too ignorant. From what he knew, the higher the level of a person, the more powerful they would be. Lin Yi was only in the middle phase of Earth class, and this test subject could even fight against a Sky class early phase master. What else did he have to fear? Gao Lutong, there's really something wrong with your boss. Lin Yi looked at Gao Lutong sympathetically and said, even if he wanted his men to die, he wouldn't be so obvious. Gao Lutong, your boss should have given up on you. You, don't try to sow discord. When my boss comes back, you're finished. Gao Lutong saw that Li Biaohan seemed to be full of confidence, and Gao Lutong suddenly became confident. You're really stupid. I originally thought that when your boss came back, you guys would admit your mistakes, and I'll just take 1 million. But now I've changed my mind, 2 million. Originally, I only needed you to break Gao Lutong's ribs, but since your boss is retarded, he'll accompany you. Lin Yi said. Experimenter 01, go. Teach this troublemaker a lesson. Li Biaohan didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Yi. In his opinion, strength determined everything. As long as he showed his strength and shut Lin Yi up, then the one who would lose money would be Lin Yi. What is a test subject 01? Lin Yi frowned. You'll know soon. I'll let you win. Li Biaohan sneered. Your test subject 01 isn't a woman. How can you let me win? Is there something wrong with your head? It's tiring to talk to people like you. It seems that if I don't beat you up, you won't know how to pay. Lin Yi looked at Li Biaohan with some sympathy. Test subject 01. Li Biaohan gave the order, but he didn't see the test subject 01 coming to beat Lin Yi. He was a little confused. Didn't this test subject 01 listen to my orders? Is he the test subject 01 you mentioned? Lin Yi pointed behind Li Biaohan and said. Li Biaohan was stunned and turned around subconsciously. When he saw it, he was shocked. Hey! The test subject 01 was actually lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. What? What's going on? Li Biaohan looked at Lin Yi in fear. He didn't want to be immortal. He just wanted to die. Lin Yi's lips curved into a mocking smile. What's your relationship with Jiang Wen? Aw. I don't know one, bro. Li Biaohan denied subconsciously. Pfft. Lin Yi almost burst out laughing. Jiang Wen has such a stupid subordinate. What a tragedy. Li Biaohan realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, but he couldn't change it. He could only bite the bullet and said, this has nothing to do with one, bro. I'll take responsibility for what I did. I admit defeat. Although Li Biaohan didn't know what happened to test subject 01, Lin Yi was clearly prepared. He even exposed his relationship with Jiang Wen. All of this made Li Biaohan depressed. He was confident that he could teach Lin Yi a lesson, but he didn't expect that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to teach him a lesson. You think you can just say that you admit defeat? Let's talk about you first. I'll deal with Jiang Wen about the test subject. Lin Yi said, 2 million, and then I'll break your ribs. You two won't have anything to do with this. Aw. 2 million. Wasn't it 1 million? Li Biaohan said carefully. It was 1 million just now, but I gave you a discount because you were acting tough just now, Lin Yi said. Discount? Why are there more and more losses? Li Biaohan said with a bitter face. Without the 01 test subject, it was impossible for him to fight Lin Yi with his golden class strength, and so he started to give in to Lin Yi. "Oh, I gave you a 20% discount," Lin Yi said. "Ugh." Li Biaohan had no choice. 2 million it was. Can you not break my ribs? Then break all 5 limbs. Lin Yi said. Chapter 2175. Okay, the Audi Q7 downstairs is yours, right? Lin Yi glanced out of the window and asked. This? Yes. Li Biaohan wanted to say no, but he was afraid that Lin Yi would get even angrier and give him another discount. He would lose a lot, so he could only nod. "Oh, it just so happens that I want money to buy a car for Zhao Xingji. This Q7 can be converted into money." Lin Yi said. "Okay. I'll do what you say." Li Biaohan calculated for a while. He bought this Q7 for 1 million, but the model was already old. If it was converted into 1 million, it was worth it. He could buy a new car with the money he saved. "Okay, this car looks broken. It's an old model. I'll give you 100,000. There are 9 million left. I'll round it up and give you 2 million. Lin Yi said. "Aw." Li Biaohan almost cried. Even if this Audi Q7 was an old model, it could be sold for 600,000 or 700,000 in the second-hand car market, right? Besides, even if you said 100,000, then 100,000. You still want to round off the remaining 9 million. Just round it up to 2 million. Isn't this the same as cheating me of a car? Why? Do you have a problem? Lin Yi asked. No. Li Biaohan smiled bitterly. He really regretted it. If he knew that this 01 test subject would drop the chain at the last minute, he wouldn't have pretended to be bad *SS. As soon as he entered the door, he probably wouldn't have suffered such a heavy loss. "Okay, pay up." Lin Yi said. "Okay, I'll transfer." Li Biaohan didn't dare to do anything. He transferred 2 million according to the bank account number Lin Yi gave him. He obediently took out the car key and said, "Brother Lin Yi, seeing that I'm so straightforward, can you not break my ribs?" "Oh, seeing that you're so straightforward, I won't do it," Lin Yi said. Li Biaohan was overjoyed, but Lin Yi's next words made him worry again. "You two can fight and break each other's ribs." This. Li Biaohan stared blankly at Lin Yi. Fight? Gao Lutong also had a worried look on his face. Who could bear to fight like this? It would be fine if their ribs were broken unknowingly, but if they were to fight each other, wouldn't that destroy their willpower? You don't want to fight. That's fine too. You guys can hit yourselves. If I make a move, I won't just break your ribs. Lin Yi said. Fight, let's fight. Li Biaohan quickly nodded. Therefore, a strange scene appeared in the boxing club. Li Biaohan and Gao Lutong, the two boxing club presidents, were fighting. Li Biaohan was better. After all, he was a golden class master. He broke Gao Lutong's ribs with one punch, but Gao Lutong wasn't as accurate. His ribs were broken first, and his right wrist was broken too. He used his left hand to hit Li Biaohan. After hitting him a few times, Li Biaohan was in pain, but he couldn't do anything to Li Biaohan. Okay, stop fighting. I'll fight myself. Li Biaohan was speechless. He raised his fist, gritted his teeth, and smashed his sternum. Pang! His sternum broke. He looked at Lin Yi pitifully and said, "Is this okay?" Okay. Lin Yi nodded. He could see that Li Biaohan wasn't satisfied, but he had no choice but to do it. Because Lin Yi had already discovered that Li Biaohan wasn't an ordinary student. If he guessed correctly, he should be a member of the Fire Wolf gang. The test subject that fell on the ground at the door had the glazed eyes of the members of the Fire Wolf gang. They were injected with the 01 drug and had the characteristics of being hypnotized. Therefore, it was impossible for Li Biaohan to sincerely surrender. However, the Fire Wolf gang and Lin Yi temporarily didn't interfere with each other's business. Although Lin Yi didn't have the ability to go against the Fire Wolf gang, the Fire Wolf gang obviously didn't want to go against Lin Yi. He brought Zhao Xingji, Bai Weituo, and Chai Shaoling out of the boxing club. When they passed by the Fire Wolf gang, Lin Yi lifted his foot and stomped down. He stomped 4 times and directly broke the Fire Wolf gang's limbs. Then, Lin Yi pulled out a silver needle from the Fire Wolf gang's body. Although the Fire Wolf gang had been modified by the 01 drug and their resistance and strength had been greatly improved, they didn't have chi protection like the internal practitioners, and they didn't train their bodies to be very strong like the external practitioners. Therefore, a normal acupuncture point could make this person faint. However, Lin Yi still used the silver needle just in case. As for the 4 big men, Lin Yi just used a normal acupuncture point. The Fire Wolf gang's limbs were all destroyed by Lin Yi, so even if he woke up later, he wouldn't have any attack power or threat. Until they walked out of the boxing club's gym, Zhao Xingji and Bai Weituo still felt like they were in a dream. He taught the boxing club a lesson just like that. Moreover, it was them who broke each other's ribs. If this was told to others, they would probably be treated as a joke, but it really happened in front of them. Zhao Xingji, what's your bank account number? I'll transfer the money to you, said Lin Yi. Ah. Zhao Xingji came back to his senses, but he shook his head and said, Bro, you helped me take revenge. I'm already very grateful. This money is from you. How can I accept it? This money is for your medical expenses. It was originally yours. Lin Yi said, besides, you and Chai Shaoling are in a relationship. You also need money, right? Ugh, then I'll just take half. If I take more, I won't be able to accept it. This half, I'll give some to Bai Weituo and Song Xiaodao. I can't keep it all to myself. Zhao Xingji was a kind person, and he wasn't greedy. All right. Lin Yi didn't argue with him anymore. In fact, Lin Yi was in need of money, but 1 million wasn't a big deal. Lin Yi planned to extort some money from Jiang Wen. After transferring the money to Zhao Xingji, Lin Yi threw the car keys to Bai Weituo and said, You 3 have gotten your driver's licenses. This car is our shared car. It'll be convenient when we go out. No way. You're giving us the car too. Bai Weituo was surprised and happy. He didn't think that he would become a car owner, and a luxury car owner at that. Boss, you should drive this car yourself. We don't need it, right? Zhao Xingji also felt that it wasn't a good idea to leave the car for public use. I already have a car. I don't need it. Lin Yi waved his hand. Lin Yi's Grand Cherokee had been modified. It could go anywhere. Lin Yi really didn't want to change it. Chapter 2176. Bai Weituo had gotten his driver's license during his 12th year of high school, but he didn't have a car. How could he not be happy now that he had one? That's perfect. You and Zhao Xingji can go watch a movie tonight, I won't be going. Lin Yi said. Aw. Boss, you're not going. It's so boring if you don't go. Also, Meiyue and Lan Xiaoru are in the dorm, and she has her own things to do. She comes back late every night, and Meiyue and Ling are both out. Xingyan wouldn't be interested either, right? Bai Weituo said. I see. Lin Yi was a little moved at the mention of Xingyan. It wasn't because of the movie date, but because Lin Yi could train during the movie. Lin Yi thought about it and said, I'll ask her in the afternoon. In a single room in the school hospital, Li Biaohan had just had his ribs reconnected. A broken sternum wasn't much to a golden class master, but he was quite depressed about it. When bro, that Lin Yi really is different. 01 test subject, fainting for no reason. But when Lin Yi left, I saw him pull out a needle from 01 test subject's body. Li Biaohan told Jiang Wen everything that happened in the boxing club, hoping that Jiang Wen could help him. I got it. Lin Yi, don't piss him off for now. Stay away from the people around him. That guy's a violent maniac, no different from a madman. Jiang Wen said faintly. All right. Li Biaohan was disappointed. He thought that Jiang Wen wouldn't care about his broken ribs, but 2 million and an Audi Q7. How could Jiang Wen let this go so easily? Unfortunately, Jiang Wen really didn't care. It was as if 2 million and a car didn't matter to him at all. In actuality, it was true that Jiang Wen didn't care about it, but it would be a lie if he wasn't angry. Still, there was no point in being angry. He'd failed to trick Peng Zhan back then and had to pay 2 billion to Lin Yi instead. 2 million was nothing to him. Scorpion, get the professor here. Jiang Wen said to Scorpion after hanging up. Yes. Big Scorpion responded and went to call Professor Yin. Not long after, Professor Yin walked over quickly. Greetings, young Master Wen. Jiang Wen was now the leader of the Firewolves gang in Donghai, and the professor respected him even more than before. Professor Yin, Li Biaohan brought the newest test subject 01 to fight Lin Yi, but there was an accident. With that, Jiang Wen told the professor about the needles. Oh. If my analysis is correct, Lin Yi must have used an acupoint technique to knock out our test subject. The professor said after a moment of silence. This is a fatal flaw. I didn't think it through before, but Lin Yi has done us a huge favor. We've wasted a test subject, but we've found a flaw in the test subject. My brother and I will continue to perfect it. That's great, Jiang Wen smiled. It's not a loss. 2 million for a car, it'll be the test fee. Yeah, we really have to thank Lin Yi for this. And Mingyue smiled as well. But, just as the professor left, Jiang Wen's phone rang. Jiang Wen's face changed when he saw the caller ID. What's wrong? And Mingyue asked, noticing the change in Jiang Wen's expression. It's Lin Yi. Jiang Wen said. Lin Yi? What's he calling for? And Mingyue paused as well. Pick it up. Hello. Boss Lin Yi, why are you calling me? Jiang Wen said passionately. I'm not your boss, don't call me that. Lin Yi said. You're the one who gave Li Biaohan that test subject, right? What test subject? Jiang Wen, naturally, wouldn't admit it. Don't deny it so hastily. I already think it's him, there's no point in explaining. Lin Yi said. Since your underling is extremely uncooperative with me, and you even provided him with helpers, I've decided to fine you 100 million. You have 3 days to transfer the money to my account, and I won't wait after that. Lin Yi, aren't you crossing the line? Why should I give you 100 million? Jiang Wen wasn't happy with Lin Yi's tone. Oh, don't blame me for not reminding you. If something happens, it won't just be 100 million, Lin Yi said. I don't have time to listen to your threats. Don't think that I'm easy to bully. Let me tell you, Lin Yi, even if Li Biaohan is my underling, he's already given you his money. You can't just ask for another 100 million. Jiang Wen said. Do what you want, I'll put it on your tab. Lin Yi didn't expect Jiang Wen to pay up right now. This guy never gave up until he saw the coffin, so Lin Yi wasn't in a rush. With that, Lin Yi hung up. Jiang Wen was pissed as well. Fuck, do you think I'm a bank? Asking for 100 million. Did Lin Yi threaten you? And Mingyue asked. Yes, he guessed that I was the one who gave the test subject to Li Biaohan. That's why he asked me for 100 million, Jiang Wen said. Those hidden noble houses are really useless. They can't even deal with one Lin Yi. I was hoping that they could kill Lin Yi, but it seems impossible now. And Mingyue said. Jiang Wen, don't let your guard down. Your position in the Fire Wolves is too low. If you could mobilize those Sky-class masters, you wouldn't have to be afraid of Lin Yi. I still don't have enough contribution points. Jiang Wen shook his head. Looks like I need to hurry up and get more money. Jiang Wen didn't think much of Lin Yi's warning. After all, he stayed in the Fire Wolves' territory every day. No matter how strong Lin Yi was, he wouldn't be able to find him. Inside the school, in a sports car parked in the corner, Yu Panhu was talking to his uncle Yu Xintian. Coiling Tiger, is what you said true? Lin Yi doesn't know how to concoct elixirs? Yu Xintian was very shocked when he heard the news. After all, in the Yu family's understanding, Lin Yi was an alchemist. Moreover, Lin Yi had even performed the condensation of alchemy fire at Old Master Tang's birthday banquet. Yu Xintian couldn't accept that he was not an alchemist now. Chapter 2177. He might not lie to Boss Bai, but to reveal his own weakness. The Hidden House Summit is already over. Even if everyone knows that he doesn't know alchemy, so what? It won't affect him at all. Right? Xintian analyzed. Moreover, at the Hidden House Summit, what Lin Yi said might not be a lie. He said he doesn't know alchemy, so maybe it's true. If that's the case, we've missed a good opportunity. At the Hidden House Summit, he actually forfeited the alchemy competition that was supposed to be in the bag. Right? Coiling Tiger's last hope was shattered. Originally, he lied to himself and thought that Right Xintian would agree with his deduction that Lin Yi was pretending not to know alchemy. But now, it seemed that Lin Yi really didn't know alchemy. Moreover, Lin Yi had no reason to lie to Boss Bai. Just like what Right Xintian said, so what if he wasn't an alchemist? Whether or not Lin Yi was an alchemist, his other abilities were there for all to see. Those hidden houses that had a grudge against Lin Yi wouldn't dare to touch him, so be it. Our hidden house of Yu doesn't lack treasures, nor do we lack money. Right Xintian said. The only thing you need to be sure of now is whether the information in Lin Yi's hands is Boss Bai's alchemist notes or not. That should be it. Boss Bai admitted it himself. Right? Coiling Tiger said. Unless Boss Bai and Lin Yi are working together to lie, but the possibility of that is very small. That's good. What do you think we should pay to get that information back? Right? Xintian also felt that since Boss Bai had admitted it, there wouldn't be any more problems. The key was that in his opinion, someone with such high prestige like Boss Bai wouldn't lie with Lin Yi. It's very difficult. Right? Coiling Tiger said, this time is different from last time. Lin Yi's vigilance is very high. He doesn't seem to have any intention of playing hard to get. More importantly, we don't have anything that can move Lin Yi's heart. Whatever we can take out, Lin Yi may not even be interested in it. It's also impossible for us to give him a medicinal cauldron. Lin Yi already has a first-grade and second-grade medicinal cauldron. We can't possibly exchange a third-grade medicinal cauldron, right? Even our hidden right family doesn't have many of those. That's naturally impossible. Yu Xintian said, a third-grade cauldron is a treasure, it can't be exchanged no matter what. But you're right. This time, Lin Yi won so many treasures at the Hidden House Summit. He wouldn't be interested in ordinary things. That's right, eldest uncle, there's still something I don't understand. Since Lin Yi doesn't know how to refine pills, why does he want our medicine cauldron? Also, why didn't he exchange pills with us at the Hidden House Summit? You Coiling Tiger still couldn't figure out what Lin Yi's intention was. Perhaps it's to deliberately make us lose in the Hidden House Summit's alchemy competition. Lin Yi is really capable of doing that. Yu Xintian thought about it and felt that this was the only reasonable reason. Probably, you Coiling Tiger said. I'll go test Lin Yi's intentions in the afternoon. If there's a possibility of an exchange, then we'll discuss the conditions. All right, I'll discuss it with your grandfather. Yu Xintian nodded. After hanging up, just as Yu Xintian was about to pay his respects to Old Man Yu, a very distinguished guest came to the Hidden Right family. He was so distinguished that even Old Man Yu had to personally receive him. Moreover, this guest was sitting while Old Man Yu stood respectfully at the side. Young Master Tian, your presence brings light to our Yu family. Old Man Yu was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect the person to be the young master of the Heavenly Elixir sect, Sky Silkworm Transformation. You're too polite, Old Man Yu. Sit down and talk. Sky Silkworm Transformation said faintly, the Hidden Right family has always had a good relationship with our Heavenly Elixir sect. They have also contributed a lot to our Heavenly Elixir sect. Sky Silkworm Transformation's face was very delicate. He was a handsome man through and through. However, no matter how you looked at him, he gave off a feminine feeling. There was a hint of evil in his eyes that made people not dare to look directly at him. Behind him was a very ordinary-looking old man wearing ordinary coarse clothes. However, even though this old man looked ordinary, he was an expert at the peak late stage of heaven class. It was enough to show how much importance the Heavenly Elixir sect placed on this young master. Thank you, young master. Old Man Yu was a little fearful. The old man at the peak late stage of heaven class behind Sky Silkworm Transformation didn't even sit down, but he sat down first. This also showed that the young master still valued the Yu family. Last time, the marrow and bone cleansing pill that your Yu family contributed was very good. After my grandfather's verification, it is indeed a rare ancient single recipe. Sky Silkworm Transformation said with a trace of disappointment in his eyes. However, there is a prerequisite to refine the pill on this pill recipe. This is also the reason why I came here. The reason why Sky Silkworm Transformation valued this pill recipe so much was because it was very important to the Heavenly Elixir sect. It was so important that it was irreplaceable. For so many years, the Heavenly Elixir sect had been searching for this pill recipe. Now that they had found it, they couldn't refine it. This was the most painful thing. The recipe for the marrow and bone cleansing pill was only a third-grade recipe. In theory, if the Heavenly Elixir sect's patriarch, who was the grandfather of the Heavenly Silkworm Transformation, refined it, the success rate would be very high, but he failed. The medicinal ingredients on it were rare, but he still failed. This made Sky Silkworm Transformation very depressed. As a result, he couldn't rush to refine the pill. Instead, he checked many ancient books and finally found some clues. In order to successfully refine the marrow and bone cleansing pill, there was a prerequisite. The person refining the pill must be an alchemist with a pure constitution. In other words, only an alchemist who had consumed the marrow and bone cleansing pill could refine the marrow and bone cleansing pill. Although Heaven and Earth Man did not know how the first marrow and bone cleansing elixir was refined and how the person who refined it succeeded without taking the marrow and bone cleansing elixir, this question was like the chicken or the egg. There was no way to verify it. Heaven and Earth Man did not bother to think about it. He just wanted to find a person who had taken the marrow and bone cleansing elixir and take him into the Heavenly Elixir sect. He wanted to train him to become a powerful alchemist and refine the marrow and bone cleansing elixir. Chapter 2178. But no matter how difficult it was for the Sky Elixir sect, they had to make it. The pill was a huge part of their plan, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Oh. What's the prerequisite? Elder Yu asked solemnly when he saw Silkworm Change's serious expression. Do you have any more of these pills? Silkworm Change asked. If there were more, and more than 5 of them, then they wouldn't have to find anyone or train any alchemists. Even if there was only one, it wouldn't be a problem. They just had to give it to the Sky Elixir sect. Never heard of it. Old Man Yu shook his head. This bone and marrow cleansing pill was originally called the Pill of Life Extension and Toxin Cleansing. It was circulated in the secular world's auctions. The number that was auctioned was very limited, but the Kong family managed to get one. I wonder if they have any more. Oh. House Kong again. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Yu to contact them. If they haven't taken the Pill of Life Extension and Toxin Cleansing, ask them to bring it over as soon as possible. I'll buy it for 10 times the price. If they've already taken it, ask them to come. If they're above 30, then they don't have to come. Silkworm Change said. Yes. Elder Yu was confused as to why people above 30 couldn't use it, but he didn't dare ask. He just nodded and did as he was told. As for the reason why the heavenly silkworm transformation required one to be under 30 years old, it was also because only those under 30 years old had the possibility of being nurtured into an alchemist. If one was too old, it would not be easy for them to even cultivate, so how could they concoct pills? House Kong. Elder Kong Laikai, Kong Gui Feng, and Kong Tsuepu were having a banquet with the Shao family's 2 brothers. Big brother Shao Ji, brother Shao Ben, it's all thanks to you guys that our Shao family helped us out this time. Otherwise, we'd be done for. Kong Gui Feng said gratefully as he raised his glass. Because of Miracle Dr. Guan's new product launch, House Kang's reputation and sales plummeted. Now, they couldn't sell their products at all. Not only that, they had to be investigated every day. In the end, they had to pay a huge sum of money to the consumers to save the company. The Kong family, who had no money at all, couldn't take out a huge sum of money in any case. However, the Shao family took out the huge sum of money, so the Kong family was very grateful to the Shao family for standing up for them when they were in danger. That's right, the 2 Shao brothers are really returning good for evil. Kong Tsuepu also said, when our Kong family broke off the engagement, you let bygones be bygones. You helped us when our Kong family was in danger. Thank you so much. Our Shao family is no longer the aristocratic family of the past. We are merely brothers in hardship. Right now, we can only work together to protect the prestige of the aristocratic family of the past. Shao Ben sighed, although we all have the support of the hidden aristocratic families, right now, that Lin Yi is in the limelight. We are no match for him at all. We can only work together and drag out an ignoble existence. When Shao Ben said this, he felt a little helpless. Back then, when the Shao family was still an aristocratic family, it was so awe-inspiring. In the end, it had fallen to the point where it was only slightly stronger than an ordinary family. That's right. Back then, our Kong family was also ambitious. Lin Yi, that little bastard. Dr. Kong gritted his teeth at the mention of Lin Yi's name. One day, this old man will kill him. Xiao Wangba and Xiao Wangdao, as well as Xiaolong and Kong Mingming, were all guests at the banquet. They didn't have much of a say. However, at that moment, Kong Ming's phone rang. Xiao Ming, what's going on? Such an important banquet, and you still have your phone on. Kong Guifeng scolded Kong Mingming. Although the Kong family wasn't doing very well now, Grandfather Kong still saw Kong Mingming in a different light. This made him very unhappy. Uncle, it's a call from the hidden house you. Kong Mingming said calmly, then I'll tell him that my uncle won't let me answer it. Should I let them call later? When Kong Guifeng heard that it was a call from the house you, he was stunned and a little embarrassed. I was just saying. Hurry up and answer the phone. It's more important. Kong Mingming pouted and picked up the phone. Hello, I'm Kong Mingming. Kong Mingming, I'm the family head of the house you. Let your grandfather answer the phone. Grandfather Yu only had Kong Mingming's phone number in his hand, but he didn't say much to Kong Mingming about such an important matter. Instead, he called Kong Laikai directly. Okay, please wait a moment. Kong Mingming didn't expect Grandfather Yu to call the Kong family directly. This was a good thing. He quickly handed the phone to his grandfather and said respectfully, "Grandfather, it's a call from the House Yu's family head." Ah! When Dr. Kong heard that it was Grandfather Yu's call, he immediately took the phone in fear and trepidation. He said carefully, "Grandfather Yu, it's old Kong. Dr. Kong, there's something I want to ask you." Grandfather Yu said, "Back then, did your Kong family get a pill of life extension and toxin cleansing? Do you still have this pill?" "Yes, we did get a pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, but..." Grandfather Kong suddenly smiled bitterly when he said this. "But what? Is there something wrong with this elixir?" Old Master Yu asked. "There's no problem. It's just that this pill was eaten by a dog." Grandfather Kong didn't dare to hide it and said carefully. "What? You're saying that this pill was eaten by a dog? Your family bought the pill and fed it to a dog?" Grandfather Yu found it a little unbelievable. The Kong family's way of doing things was really strange. "We didn't feed it to a dog. It was accidentally eaten by a dog," Grandfather Kong said with a bitter smile. "Young master, the Kong family's pill of life extension and toxin cleansing was eaten by a dog. What do you think?" Grandfather Yu turned to look at Silkworm Change helplessly. Silkworm Change didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this result. "It's useless for a dog to eat it. It has to be eaten by a human. Old Master Kong, I'm sorry. It must be eaten by humans for it to be effective." When Old Master Yu heard that the elixir was eaten by a dog, he lost interest all of a sudden. He said faintly, "I don't know if Old Master Kong knows anyone else who has eaten this elixir. Who else has taken this elixir?" Old Master Kong frowned. He didn't know why Old Master Yu was asking about this, but he had a sudden inspiration. He really thought of someone. He quickly said, "My grandson, Kong Ming Ming, ate half of this pill. I wonder if it works." "Half?" Grandfather Yu was stunned and turned to look at Silkworm Change. Chapter 2179. Old Master Kong, ask Kong Ming Ming to come to our hidden house of you as soon as possible. I will send the address to Kong Ming Ming's phone and ask him to drive over immediately. Old Master Yu said. "Okay, I will go with Zhao Ming as soon as possible." Although Old Master Kong didn't know what the hidden house of you meant, there was no harm in contacting the house of you. "No need, Kong Ming Ming alone is enough," Old Master Yu said. The matters of the Heavenly Elixir sect were all confidential. He naturally couldn't say anything, nor could he let too many people come. "Alone? That's fine, I'll ask him to go now," Old Master Kong said. Old Master Yu didn't say anything more and hung up. As for Old Master Kong, although he was puzzled, he still hurriedly asked Kong Ming Ming to get ready and rushed to the hidden house of you. In the afternoon, when Lin Yi returned to the classroom, Wang Xinyan was focused on her book on her seat, and Han Jingjing was also calculating something on her tablet. Lin Yi walked over and put the alchemist's notes that Boss Bai gave him on Han Jingjing's table. "This is an alchemist's notes, take a look and learn from it." "Okay, thank you, Lin Yi bro." Han Jingjing put down the tablet and was just about to pick up the information Lin Yi gave her when someone darted over with a whoosh, giving Han Jingjing a fright. "Lin Yi, didn't you say that this information can't be shown to others? Why did you show it to Han Jingjing?" Yupan, who had just entered the classroom and saw the scene of Lin Yi giving the information to Han Jingjing. He suddenly became excited as if he had been injected with a stimulant, directly rushing in front of Lin Yi, pointing at Lin Yi and questioning. "What? You're thinking too much." Lin Yi's hands were even faster, picking up the information on the table and hiding it behind him. He said lightly, "I gave her something else, not an alchemist's notes." "Ha! Lin Yi, you're confessing now, aren't you? Notes of an apothecary. Didn't you tell me that you still had the same information you showed me last time? How did it become an alchemist's notes?" Right Coiling Tiger seemed to have grasped Lin Yi's weakness and shouted excitedly, "Moreover, how did you know that I was talking about the alchemist's notes?" "I'm just talking about the information, but you're so detailed." Lin Yi, oh, Lin Yi, even a wise man can make a mistake. Lin Yi's expression suddenly changed. He frowned and said coldly, "So what if you're right? The information is in my hands. I can show it to whoever I want. What does it have to do with you?" Hee, it has nothing to do with me, but back in Boss Bai's office, Boss Bai seemed to have instructed you not to show this information to anyone else. Now that you're showing it to Han Jingjing, what's the meaning of this? Right Coiling Tiger thought that he had something on Lin Yi and said proudly, "How about this? One person looking at it is the same, 2 people looking at it won't cost you anything. You let me see it too, and I won't report you to Boss Bai." "Oh, then you better go." Lin Yi said lightly, "You don't have any evidence anyway." This. Right Coiling Tiger didn't think that Lin Yi would reject him so directly. He was really smelly and stubborn. He wanted to get the information, but he really couldn't report him. If he did, no one would be able to see it. Right Coiling Tiger had no choice but to say, "Lin Yi, I'm not looking at it for nothing. Just like last time, I can use good treasures to exchange with you." "Exchange? I've seen your you family's trash at the Hidden Family Summit. There's nothing that I'm interested in," said Lin Yi. "Hee, we don't only have those things. Our Hidden You family is a big business, and we still have some precious treasures." Right Coiling Tiger lowered his voice and said temptingly. Right Coiling Tiger heard Lin Yi's tone and guessed that there was a way. If Lin Yi wanted to refuse, there was no need to say anything that he wasn't interested in. He could just directly refuse. Therefore, in Right Coiling Tiger's view, Lin Yi was actually a little afraid that he would report to Boss Bai. Now that he had shown it to Han Jingjing, there was no harm in showing it to Coiling Tiger. It was just that Right Coiling Tiger didn't have any benefits that could make Lin Yi interested, so Lin Yi refused. "Oh. What's there?" Lin Yi hesitated and asked. "If you want to exchange, I can call my uncle and ask," said Right Coiling Tiger. Lin Yi fell silent, as if he was thinking about the pros and cons of the whole thing. But the more he thought so, the more Right Coiling Tiger felt that this matter was reliable. If this information wasn't very important, Lin Yi wouldn't be so cautious. "Tell me first, what treasure do you want to exchange for it? If it's really something good, then..." Lin Yi didn't continue, but said, "You know." "Ha, I know. Don't worry, I'll read it myself. I won't say anything." Right Coiling Tiger was overjoyed. He nodded and went back to his seat. Class was about to start. If he continued to stay here, it would definitely arouse Boss Bai's suspicion. Also, he had to discuss with the yellow-haired and purple-haired subordinates, what treasure would be better to exchange for it. "Forget it, I'll give it to you when we go back tonight. Right Coiling Tiger is watching right now," Lin Yi said to Han Jingjing. "NN, Jingjing knows. Brother Lin Yi is going to trick him again." Han Jingjing nodded. "Ha." Lin Yi smiled. Han Jingjing went back to studying her tablet, and Lin Yi turned to Xinyan, hesitating. "Xinyan, are you free tonight?" "Tonight? Tonight?" Xinyan didn't quite understand what Lin Yi meant. "And, if you're free, let's go watch a movie together," Lin Yi said. "Aw. Watch a movie together." Xinyan was a little taken aback, but then her face reddened. Was he asking her out? Should she say yes? Xinyan didn't know when she started to feel conflicted. She had a fiancé, but she had the urge to say yes. "Yeah, it's by Weituo's first date with Imeiwa today, and he asked us to accompany him," Lin Yi said. "I see. It seems like there's nothing else." Let's go then. Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief, but also a little disappointed, so Lin Yi wasn't asking her for a date, but for someone else. But this reason was enough for Xinyan to convince herself to accompany Lin Yi to the movie. Chapter 2180. N. Xinyan's face reddened as she humphed with a nasal voice. She knew what Lin Yi meant, but she couldn't help but blush. Lin Yi, naturally, had to tell Meng Yao and Yushu that he was going to watch a movie tonight. He sent them a text, explaining the reason. The purple thunderbolt beast was in the villa anyways, and Lin Yi wasn't afraid of anyone harming them. Missy looked at the message on her phone and frowned slightly. Then, she passed the phone to Shu, who was beside her. Shield Bro's going on a date with Wong Fox. Yushu said, surprised. It's not Wong Fox. Don't give people nicknames. Wang Xinyan's a good person. Meng Yao didn't hate her, and since she couldn't change it, she could only accept it. Meng Yao felt that Xinyan and Lin Yi being together was far better than a jealous woman. So you're saying that Yao Yao is supporting her? Yushu said. It's not up to me to decide. Meng Yao sighed softly. She was a little troubled. Lin Yi. Why didn't he look for a big wife at home if he wanted one? But Meng Yao thought about it. Would she say yes if he looked for her? She and Lin Yi had gone through too many things together, and she couldn't let go of that reserve in her heart. She and Lin Yi were more like good friends. They weren't that close, but they cared about each other a lot. Some things were missed, and Meng Yao didn't know what to do to get them back. She felt that she and Lin Yi were too close, so close that they could only continue being friends. But could they really only be friends? Yao Yao, what's wrong? Yushu asked, seeing that Meng Yao was in a daze. Nothing. Meng Yao said faintly. Shu, if you like Lin Yi, then don't hesitate. I support you more than Xinyan. Me. Yushu's eyes flashed with a hint of loneliness, but she smiled. My happiness is with Yao Yao, you know. Once Yao Yao becomes Shield Bro's wife, I'll be his second wife. But, do you really think I'd be the main wife? Meng Yao retorted. Lin Yi doesn't like me. Who said I don't like him? It's just that Sister Yao Yao doesn't take the initiative. Shield Bro doesn't know your feelings, so he doesn't dare to be rash. Besides, he was your bodyguard before. What kind of bodyguard would steal from a lady? Yushu said, now that Shield Bro is no longer a bodyguard, I think Yao Yao sis has a good chance. It's fine, I was just joking. Meng Yao said, backing off a little. Okay. Then let Shield Bro continue dating Fox Wang. It doesn't matter if she's one more. As long as she's not a domineering mistress, Shu can still accept it. Yushu said. Kong Mingming ran all the way to the hidden House Yu, but the person who received him was not old Yu, but the current head of House Yu, Yu Zhentian. Greetings, young Master Yu. Kong Mingming greeted politely. No need to be so polite, Zhao Ming, follow me. Yu Zhentian seemed to be in a hurry. As soon as Kong Mingming arrived, he quickly brought him to a secret room. This secret room was the place where old Yu received the young master of Heaven Elixir sect, Sky Silkworm transformation. Kong Xiaoming entered the room and saw old man Yu. He also saw the unbelievably beautiful trap young master and the seemingly ordinary but extremely powerful Heaven rank late stage peak master. Xiaoming greets old Master Yu. Among them, Kong Xiaoming only knew old Master Yu, so he only greeted him. Xiaoming, this is the young master of Heaven Elixir sect, and this is the fifth elder of Heaven Elixir sect, old Yu quickly introduced to Kong Mingming. Kong Mingming's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect the person in this room to be so powerful. He quickly knelt on the ground. Xiaoming greets young Master Tian, fifth elder, Kong Mingming of House Kong, right? Don't be nervous, get up and talk. Sky Silkworm Transformation waved his hand and said lightly, "Speaking of which, you're a great contributor to our Heaven Elixir sect. You gave us the recipe for the bone cleansing pill. That's just something I got by chance. It's not worth mentioning." Kong Ming Ming's heart raced. It seemed that young Master Tian didn't have any ill intentions towards him, so this should be a good thing. "Fifth uncle, check his physique." Sky Silkworm Transformation ordered the fifth elder. "Yes." The fifth elder moved like lightning, grabbed Kong Ming Ming's wrist, and checked it carefully. Although Kong Ming Ming didn't see how the fifth elder came to his side, he was still very cooperative. Anyway, there was nothing he could do if the other party wanted to harm him here. It was better to wait and see what they were going to do. The physique is very pure, and it can basically meet the requirements, but there is a little kidney deficiency. In his body, there is wood attribute, no fire attribute. The fifth elder reported Kong Ming Ming's physique expressionlessly. There is actually wood attribute. This surprised Sky Silkworm Transformation. He was prepared that Kong Xiaoming was a complete idiot when it came to alchemy, but he didn't expect him to have a wood element in his body. If that was the case, one flaming sun pill would be enough to solve this problem. As for the kidney deficiency, it wasn't a problem in Sky Silkworm Transformation's eyes. The Heavenly Elixir sect just gave him some pills to recuperate. "Yes, there is wood attribute." The fifth elder nodded. "Good, very good." Sky Silkworm Transformation was very happy. He didn't expect this matter to be solved so easily. He originally thought that it would take a lot of effort. Although Kong Ming Ming didn't know what these people were talking about, he didn't dare to ask, so he waited there quietly without saying a word. "Kong Ming Ming, are you willing to become a core disciple of our Heavenly Elixir sect? The fifth elder will accept you as a disciple, and my grandfather will personally guide you in alchemy." Sky Silkworm Transformation looked at Kong Ming Ming and asked. "Ah." Kong Ming Ming was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect a pie to fall from the sky, and it was a big pie. Join the Heavenly Elixir sect and become a disciple of the Heavenly Elixir sect. And a core disciple. The most important thing was that there was an elder as a master, and if that wasn't enough, there was also Sky Silkworm Transformation's grandfather to guide him. This treatment was much better than that of ordinary disciples of the ancient sections. If Kong Ming Ming worked hard, there would definitely be a seat for him in the future. An elder of the Heavenly Elixir sect, just thinking about it made people's blood boil. Chapter 2181. Otherwise, why would Sky Silkworm Transformation accept Yu Panhu as a disciple? Why would they accept Kong Xiaoming? "Young Sect Master Tian, may I ask what I need to pay?" Kong Ming Ming asked carefully. "Pay? You just need to focus on learning alchemy. You don't have to worry about anything else. Of course, if you have talent, then your future position in the Heavenly Elixir sect will be unimaginable. If you don't have talent, then I'm sorry, you can only go back to where you came from. I will work hard." Kong Ming Ming's heart tightened as he quickly said. "Anyone can say good words. The rest is up to you." Sky Silkworm said. "Then I'll call my family and tell them the good news." Kong Xiaoming asked. "You don't have to tell them first. I'll let old Yu inform your Kong family. You are helping the Yu family with something." Sky Silkworm said. "You must keep this a secret. Of course, if you have some achievements and become an alchemist that satisfies me, I will let you return home in glory. I will guarantee that your Kong family will become a hidden family that can stand side by side with the Yu family. If you can't hold up the mud on the wall, then you don't need to say anything to anyone." "Yes." Kong Ming Ming originally wanted to go home and show off, but after hearing what Sky Silkworm said, he knew that this was probably a secret. If he did well and became an alchemist, he could return home in glory as an alchemist, but he couldn't mention what he was going to do. So if it was done, then everything would be fine. If it wasn't done, then he would have to scram and he couldn't say anything. Alright, since you've agreed, come back to the Heavenly Elixir sect with me tonight. Sky Silkworm said. Remember, when you get there, don't say anything. What I want you to do is top secret. In the Hidden You family, only Old Master You knows about it. Yes, please rest assured, young Sect Master Tian, I will definitely do my best to repay young Sect Master Tian's kindness. Kong Ming Ming said quickly. Fifth uncle, take him down first. Sky Silkworm ordered the fifth elder. Yes, young master. Elder Wu took Kong Ming Ming to rest first. At this moment, only Old Man Yu and Silkworm transformation were left in the room. Old Right, your hidden family's performance in this hidden family summit seems to be very poor. Said Sky Silkworm transformation. Yeah, I've let down young Sect Master Tian's expectations. Old Man Yu smiled bitterly, no one expected that there would be a dark horse like Lin Yi. Lin Yi? Silkworm nodded when he heard the name. This wasn't the first time he'd heard of this name. The Sky Elixir sect had their own information network, and they knew a thing or two about Lin Yi. The heir of Ice Palace, Xiao Xiao's boyfriend. That Lin Yi is too strong, and the ancient level doesn't allow us to do things on our own, so... Old Man Yu carefully observed Silkworm Transformation's expression. Well, although our Heavenly Elixir sect and... The Heavenly Silkworm Transformation paused and didn't continue. Instead, he changed the topic and said, however, in the antiquity times, we don't have the final say. In short, before the Heavenly Rank meeting, the least we can do is to avoid trouble. That day is getting closer and closer. If we seize it, the entire strength of the antiquity times will have a qualitative breakthrough, yes. Old Man Yu thought that it was a good thing he didn't do anything during the meeting. From what I know, that Lin Yi is only an Earth class. Can't you guys do anything to him? Silkworm Transformation asked curiously. It's true that Lin Yi is only an Earth class mid-phase master, but he has some unique skills and killing moves that allow him to fight against enemies who are a few levels higher than him. That's why we don't dare to act rashly. Elder Yu said. Oh. What do you mean? Silkworm Transformation asked. Actually, before this, our Hidden House Yu, and Hidden House Xiao teamed up to encircle and annihilate Lin Yi. Old Man Yu said bitterly, I know about this. You told us that you guys failed. Silkworm Transformation naturally knew about this, but he was too lazy to ask about the details. He had a lot of things to do every day, and he didn't have time to pay attention to a small character like Lin Yi. Yes, we failed, but I didn't tell you the details. Lin Yi killed 3 Earth class masters in one move, and one of them was even in the late phase of Earth class. Old Man Yu said, just one move, oh. One move. Silkworm Transformation's expression changed slightly. Killing 3 Earth class masters in one move, even he couldn't help but be moved. He was known as the most talented genius in the history of the Sky Elixir sect. Not only was he good at alchemy, but he was also very good at martial arts. But even he didn't dare say that he could kill 3 masters of the same level when he was still an Earth class, and their levels were slightly higher, yes, and this time at the Hidden House Summit, Lin Yi also made a shocking move. Old Man Yu didn't hide anything and told Silkworm Transformation about the battle between Lin Yi and Ma Dashin, as well as Wu Jindao in detail. This Lin Yi is really good, but there is one thing I don't understand. When he fought with Wu Jindao, why didn't he finish the battle in one move like he did with Ma Dashin? Silkworm Transformation was a smart person, and he immediately saw that something was wrong. This. I don't know, but the whole situation was like this. I repeated the process truthfully. Old Man Yu actually wanted Silkworm Transformation to understand more about Lin Yi and find out Lin Yi's weakness. According to what you said, the situation is indeed a bit strange. Silkworm Transformation nodded. If you want to deal with Lin Yi, don't do it for now. If it's really like what you said, even if you go in person, you might not be Lin Yi's opponent. This, naturally. Old man Yu smiled awkwardly. If he had the confidence, he would have participated in intercepting Lin Yi outside the manor. Not intercepting meant that he didn't have the confidence. About Lin Yi, after I go back, I will report to our Sky Elixir Sect's War God Temple Protector and ask him to help analyze the situation, Silkworm Transformation said. The Sky Elixir Sect was one of the largest sects in the ancient times. It was divided into Alchemy Hall and War God Temple. The Alchemy Hall specialized in alchemy, and of course, the elders in it also had high attainments in martial arts. The War God Temple specialized in battle and defense of the Sky Elixir Sect. The protectors in it specialized in martial arts, but they also knew a little about alchemy, but they weren't authoritative. Chapter 2182. Thank you, young Master Tian. Thank you for your trouble. Old Master Yu said quickly. Your hidden house has contributed a lot to the Sky Elixir Sect. We can't attack your enemies directly, but it's fine for us to give you some advice, Silkworm said. Lin Yi didn't know that he was being watched by the Sky Elixir Sect. In the blink of an eye, it was time for school to end. Lin Yi, Xinyan, Han Jingjing, and Bai Weituo left the classroom together. Song Xiaodao, on the other hand, was alone. This guy had been acting mysteriously lately. It was said that he had his eyes on a girl from another school, and he'd be waiting at her school every day. Lin Yi sent Han Jingjing to the Jeep Cherokee and gave her the car keys and the notes Boss Bai gave him. He told her to wait for the Miss Shu and her brother in the car. Then, he went to the boxing club with Xinyan and Bai Weituo. The Audi Q7 was still parked in front of the boxing club's gym. Bai Weituo had He Meiwei, Chai Xiaoling, and Zhao Xingji wait there. In the afternoon, Zhao Xingji went to the school hospital for a checkup. Under the amazed gazes of the doctors, he went through the discharge procedures. The doctors were all secretly puzzled. Could it be that obese people had too much nutrition? Even broken bones could recover so quickly. What happened in the boxing club at noon wasn't known to the students in school, but everyone in the boxing club knew about it. Li Biaohan and Gao Lutang had told them to stay away from Lin Yi's group in the future, and not to provoke them. So, when Lin Yi's group arrived in front of the gym, the boxing club members all looked at Lin Yi in awe. Someone who could send Li Biaohan and Gao Lutang to the hospital was definitely not someone they could mess with. This boxing club sure is nice. There's a private parking lot in front of the door. Even our cars have to be parked in the parking lot in front of the school. It's so far from the biology building and dorms. Bai Weituo looked at the big P sign and the words Boxing Club Exclusive in front of the boxing club with envy. Then we'll stop here from now on. After Lin Yi said that, he pointed at the entrance of the boxing club not far away. It was the lackey who had tipped Gao Lutang off in the afternoon. You, come here for a moment. The little brother was about to go back to the dormitory. He didn't expect to run into Lin Yi as soon as he went out. He was shocked. He thought that Lin Yi was going to beat him up because of what happened at noon. He was a little scared. When he saw Lin Yi, his legs couldn't move. He asked with fear, "Brother, did you call me?" "Nonsense, does anyone else here know me?" Lin Yi said. "Yes. They all know you. Brother Biao Han and Brother Gao both told us not to provoke you." The underling said carefully. "Oh, your parking lot is pretty good. Help me tell Li Biao Han that I'm using it. Our car will be parked here from now on. There are still a few cars that need to be parked in a few days. Ask him to help me look after the cars. If the cars are scratched, ask him to compensate me." Lin Yi said. "This. Yes." The underling was cursing in his heart. "Aren't you a little too overbearing? Forget about using the parking lot. After all, this is also the school's territory. But you're still asking us to look after the cars. If the cars are scratched, you're still asking us to pay for it. Isn't this a little too much? However, as a little brother, it wasn't appropriate for him to say much. After all, his two bosses were in the hospital. He didn't want to follow in their footsteps. He was just going to pass the message. Whether it was okay or not, it was up to his bosses to negotiate with Lin Yi. It had nothing to do with him. Not long after, Zhao Xingji, Chai Xiaoling, and He Meiwei arrived. Li Biaohan's Audi Q7 was a 7-seater version with high specs. It was more than enough to seat 6 people. Bai Weituo had booked a movie theater, so naturally, Bai Weituo drove to lead the way. This car is really cool to drive. It's much better than the cars in driving school. Bai Weituo said sincerely, boss is really amazing. Not only did you get a car, but now you even have a parking space and a little brother to look after the car. Alright, don't be so cocky. Drive your car properly. He Meiwei also heard about what happened at noon. She felt a little strange about Bai Weituo and the others getting a car for no reason. Lin Yi was actually so amazing. He was really hiding his strength. No wonder such a beautiful girl like Wang Xinyan was captured. Okay. Bai Weituo said quickly. Chapter 2183. He pushed the door open and pushed Bai Weituo. Do you know how to drive? Are you blind? Do you know whose car this is? I think you don't want to live anymore. I didn't do it on purpose. Plus, I was about to reverse and you stole my parking space. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hit you. Bai Weituo frowned. He felt wronged by the other party's overbearing attitude. Even if it was his fault for crashing the car, they might not be completely right? Stole parking space. This is a public parking space. Does it belong to you? It belongs to whoever came first. Come in first if you can. It's my fault that I hit you. The other party's owner pouted arrogantly. Fine, we'll take full responsibility. I'll call the insurance company to fix the car. Is that okay? Bai Weituo took full responsibility after all. He could only swallow his anger. Fix the car. Don't you see that the car is new? It hasn't been registered yet. Did you just get the car today? It's new and you want to fix it. Would you do it if it were you? The other party's owner glared. This. Then what do you want? Bai Weituo said helplessly. My Master Bing's car is new. It's 1.5 million. Take out 1.5 million and I'll sell it to you. The other party's owner said. Aren't you blackmailing me? Bai Weituo was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to make such a request. Blackmail. It's fine if you think so, but you have to take out the money. The other party's owner said arrogantly, no one has come out unscathed after crashing into Master Bing's car. In fact, the other party's owner was blackmailing him. The car's original price was only 1 million. 1.5 million was just a random price. Bai Weituo didn't expect the other party to be like this. If you're going to be so unreasonable, I'll call the police. Call the police, do what you want. But I'll remember your face. Don't think about staying in East Ocean City in the future. You still have your friends, TSK. The other party's owner said slowly. Lin Yi didn't want to get out of the car at first, but when he saw that Bai Weituo couldn't solve the problem and the driver was trying to blackmail him, Lin Yi knew that he had to get out of the car. Previously, in Lin Yi's opinion, this was just an ordinary traffic accident. He just needed to find the insurance company to repair the car, but he didn't expect so many troubles. You mean, you want us to buy this car? Lin Yi looked at the owner of the car and asked. In fact, the other party's request was not unreasonable, but the price of the Cayenne with this configuration was only about 1 million yuan. He was obviously blackmailing them by asking for 1.5 million yuan. That's right. 1,500,000, and we'll forget about today's matter. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. The owner of the car said arrogantly. However, when his gaze fell on Lin Yi, he let out a quack and was speechless. Lin Yi frowned, thinking that there must be something wrong with this person. Why was he so surprised? However, he heard the other party ask carefully, You? Why you? You're Lin Yi. You know me. Lin Yi looked at the person in front of him strangely. Lin Yi didn't know him at all. The driver cried bitterly in his heart after hearing the admittance. What bad luck, why did he have to blackmail this guy out of all the people he could have blackmailed? Lin Yi looked at the person in front of him. He didn't know him, but he raised his hand and knocked on the window of the Cayenne. You're just a driver. Tell your master to come down and talk to me. Let's see what we should do with this car. Zhao Qibing didn't want to interfere when he saw his underling acting tough outside, but when he saw a familiar silhouette coming down from the Audi Q7, he knew that something was wrong. He prayed that his follower would be smart enough to turn a big problem into a small one and leave quickly. He didn't want to argue with Lin Yi, but he didn't think that Lin Yi would knock on the window. Zhao Qibing had no choice but to get out of the car helplessly. He smiled and greeted Lin Yi, Hi Zhao Qibing. Lin Yi didn't think that the person in the car would be Zhao Qibing. Although he heard the driver say something like, Master Bing, there were many people who called him Master Bing, so Lin Yi didn't think that it would be such a coincidence. The reason why Lin Yi knocked on the window was because the driver didn't mean anything. If Lin Yi wanted to talk, he would talk to the person in the car. Boss Lin Yi, this is actually a misunderstanding. Zhao Qibing glared at the driver. The driver was helpless. How would he know that Lin Yi was sitting in the Q7? If he knew, he wouldn't try to blackmail by way to He might even apologize and pay him some money. You want to sell this car to me, right? Lin Yi pointed at the Porsche Cayenne. Ugh. I'm just joking. Zhao Qibing's legs started hurting when he saw Lin Yi. He didn't know if he was suffering from rheumatism. I'm not joking with you. Give me the keys and the paperwork. I'll buy the car. Lin Yi said. Ugh. Boss Lin Yi, I'm just joking. Zhao Qibing was a little scared. If he sold the car to Lin Yi, what would happen to him? Didn't you hear what I said? Lin Yi looked at Zhao Qibing's legs. Your legs are itching again, aren't they? No. Zhao Qinting, hurry up and give the keys and paperwork to boss Lin Yi. Zhao Qibing had no choice but to order his chauffeur. As for what Lin Yi was going to do, he could only resign himself to fate. All right. The driver, Zhao Qinting, quickly took out the keys and paperwork, handing it to Lin Yi. I'll buy the car. I'll owe you the money first. I'll give it to you when I have the money. Lin Yi said. Right, you still owe me a few $100 million. Next time you pay me back, deduct this 1,500,000. Ugh. Zhao Qibing thought. As expected, he was up to no good. Buy a car. This was clearly a car robbery. But what could Zhao Qibing say? Even if Lin Yi took the car and broke his legs, he could only resign himself to fate. Zhao Qibing's legs had just healed. He wanted to come out for some fresh air and buy a car for his family. After getting the car, Zhao Qibing hadn't played with women for a long time. He didn't have the chance in the hidden manor, so he wanted to hit on a girl near the cinema. But the moment he parked the car, it was taken away. He didn't have the mood to hit on girls anymore. Why aren't you leaving? Is your leg broken? Lin Yi looked at Zhao Qibing. Go. Go, I'll leave now. Zhao Qibing's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He shivered when he heard Lin Yi mention his leg. Wait. Lin Yi stopped Zhao Qibing. Chapter 2184. Right, your house Zhao, that Zhao Qikuan who participated in the Ice Palace test with Yushan, why haven't I seen him in the last couple of days? Lin Yi asked. Lin Yi hadn't seen Qikuan at the Hidden House Summit, but he didn't want to expose his relationship with Qikuan. After that, Qikuan didn't contact Lin Yi, and this made Lin Yi very confused. Where did this guy go? So when he saw Zhao Qibing, he asked casually. Zhao Qikuan. Qibing's eyes flashed strangely at the name, but he still shook his head. I haven't seen him in a while. Lin Yi boss, are you looking for him? Just casually asking. This kid was with Yushan during the test, trying to screw me over. I was planning to teach him a lesson a couple of days ago, Lin Yi said. Oh. Qibing breathed in relief, as long as it wasn't trouble. I don't know, I'm not that close with him. Lin Yi's eyes were flickering as he looked at Qibing. He must be hiding something, but Lin Yi couldn't ask too much. Asking too much would make Qibing suspicious. The kid's IQ wasn't that high, but he wasn't an idiot. If that's the case, then it's fine. I was planning to ask him for some money. Lin Yi waved his hand, signaling Qibing to leave. Qibing quickly left after hearing that everything was fine. He was afraid that Lin Yi might think of something again if he stayed here any longer and break his legs. It wouldn't be worth it. For you, Lin Yi said as he gave the keys to Xinyan. Ah. Xinyan's eyes widened as she looked at the keys in Lin Yi's hand. For me. Yeah, your car's too small, and it's not convenient to drive it. It's more convenient to have a bigger car, Lin Yi said. Meiwa looked at Xinyan, a flash of envy in her eyes. This Lin Yi was really something, getting 2 cars in one day, and he was very generous too, giving one to Bai Weitua and Zhao Xingji, and the other to Xinyan. Xinyan didn't know what to say. She didn't know if she should accept it or not. If she accepted it, then what would her relationship with Lin Yi be? Would she accept such an expensive gift? If she didn't accept it and rejected it, then Lin Yi would feel awkward in front of so many people. And so Xinyan hesitated. She knew that Lin Yi wouldn't care about a car, and she herself didn't care about a car like this. Her sports car wasn't any cheaper than this Porsche Cayenne. But if she accepted it, it would prove that she had an ambiguous relationship with Lin Yi. In fact, Lin Yi really didn't have any other intentions. He got angry when he saw Zhao Qibing. It was just a random car, but now that he had the car, he had no place to deal with it. The Miss and Shu had their own cars, and now in the garage of Lin Yi's villa, there was an Audi S5, a Land Rover 4, a Volkswagen Beetle, and now a Grand Cherokee. So Lin Yi and the Miss didn't lack cars, but the genius Han Jingjing had a BMW X5M, but she didn't even drive it, using the excuse of saving gas to ride with Lin Yi all the time. So Lin Yi really didn't know who to give the car to. Of course, Lin Yi wouldn't give it to Meiwa or Chai Xiaoling for nothing. One car for Bai Weitua and Zhao Xingji was enough, and the only one left was Xinyan. Alright. Xinyan hesitated for a while, but she still accepted the keys. So what if her relationship with Lin Yi wasn't clear? She was only engaged to Zhao Long, she wasn't his wife yet. She didn't have to care about what she did she? Why should she be careful? Xinyan, who had always been submissive, suddenly felt a little rebellious. From her point of view, her relationship with Lin Yi was already a little ambiguous, so one car wouldn't make a difference. During the military training, their relationship was even more ambiguous, and they sat together every day in school. If Xiaolong wanted to marry her, he'd marry her, and if he didn't, he'd break off the engagement. Xinyan, why do you look so reluctant? Meiwa smiled. If you don't want it, Ling and I are waiting in line. Ha! Xinyan smiled calmly and put away the keys. Boss, you're too amazing. I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've seen someone so amazing. You don't need to buy a car, and someone gave you a car, and 2 a day. Bai Weituo said sincerely. Let's go watch the movie, it's about to start, right? Lin Yi said. I knew it. Let's go. Bai Weituo looked at the time on his phone and shouted. Bai Weituo had bought a couple package online. It was a couple seat with 3 small partitions, and some popcorn, soda, and other things came with it. The entertainment places around the university city had group tickets online, and they catered to the students nearby. This movie theater was filled with students. The 6 of them entered the theater and found the seats according to the group ticket. Bai Weituo took the ticket and went to get his popcorn and other snacks. Xinyan looked at the dimly lit couple seats, blushing a little. This was the first time she went to a movie theater with a boy, and it was a couple seat too. She wasn't used to it. Sitting with Lin Yi wasn't a big deal. She'd sat with Lin Yi on the train, on the plane, in the exam hall, in the car, in the classroom, and even in the same tent during the military training. But those were group activities, and this time, it was a little different. Xinyan felt a little awkward sitting in the seat, not knowing where to put her hands and feet. There was also a folding door in front of the seat that could be locked from the inside. It was a design that made people's imaginations run wild. Of course, it was not surprising to have such a design in the vicinity of the university town, where there were many universities. Most of the people who came here to watch movies were couples in love. If they did something out of line while watching the movie, it would affect others without concealment, and it would be easy to be seen. Therefore, this folding page was a humane design. If it were normal roommates watching a movie together, they could choose the non-couple seats in the front. But Lin Yi and Xinyan weren't a couple, and they became a couple because of Bai Weituo's group purchase. Actually, it's my first time watching a movie too. Lin Yi said with a smile after seeing Xinyan's unnatural expression. Ah. Xinyan paused. You and your girlfriend haven't been here before. Chapter 2185. Ah. What about you? Xinyan was amused by Lin Yi's words, and the atmosphere lightened up a little. She asked casually, regretting her question the moment she asked it. Why did she ask such a stupid question? Me. My intentions aren't pure. Lin Yi said with a smile. I'm not here to watch a movie, I just want to spend a little more time with you. Just a little more. The first half of Lin Yi's sentence startled Xinyan, but the second half made her relax a little. Was he just treating her as a tool? Was she a tool for him to use? Xinyan's heart skipped a beat when she heard the first half of Lin Yi's words. You don't have to come to the cinema, then. I'll study in the classroom after school, and you can leave a little later. Xinyan said. But watching a movie isn't a bad experience, I can't get too close to you in the classroom, but it's fine here. Lin Yi said. Ah. Xinyan's heart tightened again. Bai Weituo came back at that moment with a bunch of snacks in his hands. They were all free snacks from the coupons. He distributed them to Lin Yi, Zhao Xingji, and the others. Boss, Xinyan, what do you guys want to eat? Bai Weituo walked over with a bunch of popcorn and stuff. I don't like snacks, you guys. Xinyan said with a shake of her head. Ah. Not at all. Bai Weituo didn't think that there would be a girl who didn't like snacks. You're welcome. I'm not being courteous, I really don't like snacks. Xinyan smiled bitterly. I'll just get a box of chewing gum then, alright. Bai Weituo didn't really have a choice. What about you, Lin bro? I'm not eating either. Lin Yi wasn't too interested in snacks, and Xinyan wasn't eating anymore. How could he eat alone? Chapter 2186. It wasn't the first time she'd hugged him, they'd slept like this during military training, it wasn't a big deal, as long as Lin Yi didn't go too far with his hands and feet. She'd just treat it as a friendly hug. Plus, there'd been worse things that had happened during the training. Xinyan's fragile heart had been ravaged to a certain degree. Lin Yi was just hugging her, as expected, he didn't do anything out of line or out of line. Xinyan's tensed heart and stiff body relaxed a little, and she was getting used to it. So, it felt good to be hugged by a guy. Xinyan comforted herself. Marriage, reservations, and whatever. Xinyan threw all that to the back of her mind. She sat there quietly, enjoying the peace. What was that saying again? Since she couldn't fight back, she might as well enjoy it in peace. Hey handsome, pretty girl. Wanna buy something? A sudden voice broke the silence, and Xinyan looked at the acne-faced guy who'd popped out of nowhere. She subconsciously moved to the side, trying to put some distance between her and Lin Yi. She felt like she'd been caught in the act. Lin Yi opened his eyes as well. He'd been training in the Jade space, but his consciousness was connected to the outside world. Lin Yi saw this guy's appearance as well. He'd thought it was someone from another booth who'd gone to the washroom, but it turned out to be a merchandiser. Nope. Lin Yi said straightforwardly. Don't be in such a hurry, handsome. Let's see. The acne-faced guy seemed to have expected Lin Yi's rejection, but he wasn't in a rush. He pulled out a couple of boxes from his backpack. Condoms, they're good to use. There's luminous ones, spiral ones, super thin ones, transparent ones, colorful ones. We don't want it. Just leave. Xinyan blushed as she watched the guy in front of her take out a bunch of condoms. We don't want it. Just leave, ugh. Don't be shy, pretty girl. These are the real deal, and the quality is top-notch. Lots of couples over there have bought them. The acne guy wasn't expecting Xinyan to flip out like that, but he still tried his best to sell it. Look, there's a lot of couples around here. You'll hear them if they start doing it later. It'd be bad if they get caught up in the heat of the moment, and someone gets killed because of it. I said I don't want it, why are you like this? Xinyan was a little displeased. She was a girl, after all, and they weren't even a couple yet. It was awkward for her to be pushed around like this. Oh. I got it. The acne guy lowered his voice as if he'd figured something out. Bro, your girlfriend's so pissed off, are you okay with it? I still have Viagra here, it's super effective. Ahem. Lin Yi was quite troubled, but it wasn't worth it to beat him up. Lin Yi didn't want to waste time with him. He waved his hand and said, all right, I won't buy the medicine. I'll buy one of those condoms you sold earlier. One isn't enough. Bro, you're such a ferocious man. You should at least do it 7 times a night. The acne-faced guy said. Didn't you just say I couldn't do it? Lin Yi was speechless. I was joking. Bro, do you want to buy the combo? One of each, you'll get all kinds of enjoyment. The acne-faced guy took out a self-sealing bag. There was one of each type of condom. Alright, how much? Lin Yi asked. 100. The acne-faced guy said. You're quite a scammer. Lin Yi took out 100 kwai and sent the acne-faced guy away. As for the condoms, Lin Yi put it in his coat pocket. He's finally gone. Why did you buy that? Xinyan looked at Lin Yi, a little wary. Would he leave if I didn't buy it? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If I don't buy it now, who knows what else he'll come up with, you're right. Xinyan realized that she'd misunderstood Lin Yi. She was a little embarrassed. Why don't we close this folding door? What if there's more to sell later? Sure. Lin Yi was thinking of doing that, but he didn't want Xinyan to think that he was up to no good. He didn't think that Xinyan would bring it up herself. Wang Xinyan was actually quite scared of that guy. Of all the things he could have sold, he had to sell condoms. What an embarrassing thing to do. Lin Yi closed the door casually, and the booth turned into a small private room. There was no light, and Xinyan couldn't help but jump in surprise at what she saw. Ah. Let's just think of it as military training in the tent. Lin Yi said. Yeah. Xinyan wasn't as nervous now that Lin Yi was saying she'd been alone with Lin Yi many times already, and there was no need to be on guard all the time. If Lin Yi wanted to do something, he'd have done it a long time ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Ugh. Is it okay if I'm hugging you like this? Lin Yi realized that his left arm was still around Xinyan. Lin Yi had forgotten about that because of the acne-faced guy. You're still talking. Xinyan was a little embarrassed. If there's something, move it away. Yeah, I'll move it away in a bit. Lin Yi smiled. He could tell that Xinyan wasn't really angry. Humph, you're so annoying. You want a foot when you give me an inch. Xinyan humphed and closed her eyes, ignoring Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly as he closed his eyes and continued his training. Xinyan wasn't really annoyed, actually. If it weren't for Lin Yi mentioning it, she'd have gotten used to the feeling of Lin Yi hugging her, and even forgot that she was in Lin Yi's arms. It was a feeling she was used to and familiar with, and she didn't have much of a resistance against it. Xinyan actually fell asleep in a daze. Perhaps it was because she was too nervous today, or maybe it was because it was too easy to get sleepy in this environment. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was training, and she didn't have much of an interest in it. Xinyan fell asleep. But Lin Yi was shocked to realize that Xinyan's scent was the strongest when she was asleep, and it increased his training speed once more. It was a magical phenomenon that made Lin Yi feel like he couldn't stop it. Lin Yi was starting to miss the military training. It'd be great if he could hug Xinyan to sleep every night, but Lin Yi knew that wasn't realistic. Chapter 2187. Lin Yi had a good impression of Xinyan, but Lin Yi didn't know what to say. Xinyan might think that he was after her scent if he said it now, so Lin Yi might as well not say anything and let nature take its course. Plus, he wanted to find some time to ask Xiao Xiao about the main wife and second wife thing, because he always felt like he had a main wife. Could it be that he really didn't have one? The movie ended in a blink of an eye, but Lin Yi didn't stop. Lin Yi didn't want to give up this golden opportunity. If he accidentally woke Xinyan up, the effect would be greatly reduced. But Lin Yi didn't want to disturb them, and yet someone had interrupted them. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door, followed by Wei Tuo's loud voice. Big bro Lin, the movie's over, aren't you coming out? Lin Yi opened the door helplessly, and Wei Tuo and Zhao Xingji, on the other hand, stuck their heads into the room curiously. Yawn. Xinyan, who was in Lin Yi's arms, was woken up as well. She stretched and rubbed her eyes sleepily. Is the movie over? There's something going on. Wei Tuo looked at Xinyan in Lin Yi's arms, a strange smile on his face. Boss, you can't deny it now, can you? You're hugging each other to sleep. Yeah, I wonder if you did anything to waste your energy before. How could you fall asleep watching a movie otherwise? Zhao Xingji had a suggestive smile on his face as well. Nothing like that. Lin Yi smiled faintly and let go of Xinyan. The movie's so boring, we were all asleep. Boring. It was really good. Meiyue looked at Lin Yi and Xinyan mischievously. Xinyan, do you deny it this time? Deny what? Xinyan was a little embarrassed. Deny your relationship with Lin Yi. Meiyue said. We're good friends. Xinyan blushed. Can good friends hug and sleep together? Meiyue asked back. We always slept together during military training, it's not a big deal. Xinyan wanted to explain, but realized that she'd let it slip. Meiyue and Xiaoling's eyes went wide, and Bai Weituo and Zhao Xingji understood. So there was an affair all along. That's not right, you were hiding it all along. He said. Alright, the movie's over. Let's go back early. Lin Yi said faintly, not answering. Bai Weituo, He and the others didn't think too much about it. They walked out of the cinema and went to the parking lot. Only then did they remember that they had 2 cars now. Xinyan, you take one and Bai Weituo the other. Lin Yi said. Yeah. Xinyan nodded. And so, Lin Yi, Zhao Xingji, and Bai Weituo took one car, while Xinyan, Chai Shaoling, and He took the other. The 2 cars headed to school together. Boss, you're not a good friend. You don't want to admit it. Bai Weituo said after getting in the car. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you guys. How is it? Have you made any progress? Asked Lin Yi. Me? Don't even mention it. I won't even let you touch my hand. Bai Weituo sighed. Looks like I need to continue working hard. I've made some progress. Chai Shaoling let me kiss her. Of course, it's nothing compared to boss. Zhao Xingji said. Me and Wang Xinyan. Lin Yi wanted to say that there really wasn't anything going on between them, but decided against it. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Lin Yi got out of the car at the school gate. Lin Yi didn't live in the dorm, so he walked from the school gate to the Shuashang district. It wasn't far from here. When he got home, Meng Yao and Yushu were watching TV in the living room, while Grandma's son was cleaning the house. Mr. Lin, you're back. I'm going to do some laundry. Do you want your jacket washed? Grandma's son asked. Sure. Lin Yi took off his jacket and handed it to Grandma's son. Lin Yi changed into his home clothes, and Grandma's son took out everything from Lin Yi's jacket. She put it on the coffee table and went to the laundry room. What's this? Yushu looked at the bag of colorful stuff Grandma's son took out from Lin Yi's pocket. Is it edible? What? Meng Yao took a closer look at the item, speechless. Lin Yi had bought this. Super thin. Luminous. Screw. What the hell is this? Yushu looked at the stuff in her hands curiously. Finally, she saw some words on a small package. Super smooth. Pfft, I know, Shield Bro and Wong Fox did it. It can't be that fast, right? Meng Yao didn't think that Lin Yi was someone like that. Xiao Xiao, Tang Yun, and Lin Yi hadn't even gotten to that point yet. Wang Xinyan, who was just his classmate, had done it. Was that even possible? So it's premeditated. Yushu said. Then you can ask him later. Meng Yao was curious as well. Why did Lin Yi buy this stuff? She didn't want to ask, so she gave the task to Shu. Okay. Yushu nodded. After a while, Lin Yi changed into his home clothes and walked out of the room. He looked at the miss and Shu strangely. Lin Yi looked at his clothes curiously.